6. And yeah, Katie Simmers, she's joined by Molly Picklum, who just won the Pipe Masters and fell off mid-year, but then worked her way back through the Changers to get back on.
Speaking of rejigs, that's sort of why we're here at the moment, isn't it? This new regional QS, what we call it,
Format?
blueprint, format of the WSL. It's sort of opened up opportunity for surfers in Asia to get themselves into that next level, which would be the Challenger Series, and start experiencing the world and save themselves a bit of money by not blowing it all on the...
Yeah, it's a good format. You get to surf in your home region, and if you do well enough in your hometown region, then you get to go to the next stage. So instead of having to go to all corners of the globe on what used to be the qualifying series, the qualifying series is now regional, so you can do it without straying too far from home. So that's why this field is mainly Japanese, Indonesian and Filipino. And then the top-ranked surfers in each region, and it's done sort of per capita.
Yep.
So there's 10 in Australia, there's 10 in South America, I think it's 6 in Asia. Then go on to the Challenger Series, which is then the global tour, where you're off to Haleiwa, Bolido, Ericeira in Portugal, Snapper Rocks, which talk about a rejig. It's been a staple of the championship tour for years, and now it's gone from kicking off the championship tour to kicking off the Challengers. So we saw last year the Challenger Series kicked off with a bang.
Yeah, it's
all the guys and girls just getting barreled off their faces.
And a lot of the superstars, they still attend these Challenger Series because they're always, the CT, they're always in the vie for points to get requalification for that next year. So
well, that's been rejigged a little bit in the off-season as well. So previously you used to have to surf in 2 Challenger Series events as a championship tour surfer. This year that's been taken down to 1 because there was the argument that CT surfers weren't doing much there other than getting in the way. You know, you imagine you're trying to qualify to get on the championship tour and you go to Haleiwa and you run into John early on in the draw. That's hardly fair. But you know, we saw a lot of the CT surfers sign up for Snapper last year when it looked like the Gold Coast was going to pump.
Yeah, well, why wouldn't you, right?
Yeah.
One of the world-class waves right there in Australia. The beautiful Gold Coast, one of the shining stars of surfing back there in Australia. Right-hand point break, just runs for forever. Barrels, bowls, airs, turns. It's one of the high-performance waves on tour. So now it's on the Challenger Series, which is, like I said, the next step up from this qualifying series of the regional tour over in Asia. And like I said, we've got the opportunity now to have a lot more of these QS Asia events. I know Indonesia's got a few down there in Krui and Nias scheduled in for June. There's Taiwan. Hopefully Malaysia's getting on board this year. Plenty of opportunity for Asia, and then hopefully we'll be at Siargao in the Philippines also in September.
Here goes
or October.
Jelena Longos on her backhand.
Jelena's staying pretty busy out there. She's currently in second, looking to get in up to Naho up there with a 9, leading in 9.0 to get up to her. So at this stage, I'm sure she's just trying to make it a little bit harder for Say to get out of third and into second.
John, I got a question for you. There's lots of men walking up and down the beach with pots and pans hanging off sticks that they're carrying around, and they keep honking these horns. What's that all about?
That's their trade. That's their business. They're selling it's a soy-based treat, basically. I'm going to get you a holder one, all right? That's my challenge for when I step out of this booth. I'm going to get.
Is it a dumpling? I love dumplings.
It's not a dumpling. It's more of a drink.
A drink?
It's a drink.
It's a soy drink.
A soy-based drink.
This is a soy latte?
It's you'll see.
Jelena.
There you go, snap.
Transferring her cloud break style into some backhand ripping.
Yeah, there is a nice little right down in her hometown called Bamboo Rights. I'm not sure the local name for it, but there's a little resort bamboo.
And that's like a J-Bay kind of situation?
Yeah, exactly. You've got Cloud Break on one side and you've got J-Bay off the other side of it. It's incredible.
I think you've just
got to see the setup.
Heaven.
And then, and then just around the corner there's that other Chopu left that I... Honestly, if Chopu left was out there, I don't think I'd go near it anyway.
No, especially not if you got cloud break there.
No. All right, so Jolena didn't see that last turn, but she's staying super busy out there. Looks like one of those swells where it's a little bit peaky, a little bit inconsistent. It might be the little winning formula for her if she can't get that wave like Nanaho's sort of been picking off. Nanaho's got herself a 6, a 3, and a 6.5, and Sai's actually really patient out there, just needing a 1.35, so she's probably quite comfortable at the moment, just waiting out there with priority to basically make her feet and get that requirement.
So run me through this today. Once we get these 2 heats done, it's longboarding from here on out. Where will the shortboarders be heading off to go get waves?
It's tricky to find other swells. Like I said, I can't release too much of Luke's secrets. There is a huge west coastline. You could go 2 hours and end up with one of the best point breaks in the Philippines that's not talked about too. So there is plenty of waves around, and it is the spirit of adventure around here. There's a lot of unsurfed, unknown breaks as well. So you can just grab your board, grab a car, grab a motorbike, grab whatever you can and just go searching. Go find a beach break, go find a rip bowl.
You sound like a politician here. You're saying a lot.
Well, this isn't my town, Chris. I've only really been out to San Juan about 3 times.
What do we got here on the horizon?
There we go.
Who has priority? So this is Sai Manawa. She needs to get herself back in the picture. She doesn't need much. A 1.35 will do it. Links this one through to the inside. 2 turns. She'll be happy with that. That was a big turn. Through
Nice
plenty
finish.
of water, and she is out of there.
I think she's got a 1.35.
I think she does. So life just got a little bit tougher for Jelena Longos. There's 5 minutes to go. The yellow flag goes up. A one-wave set. That's a bit of a bummer.
There was a second one, but the second one was quite wide. Shut down the bay, got more to that section where I think you like to sit, Chris, on the powerful shoulder, we'll call it.
Oh, don't give away my secrets, man.
It's all right. I think there was about 38 people out there yesterday sitting next to you. There it is. Also not taking too long to drop in there. Nice score. Dropping in a 5.0.
All right, so Jelena now requires a 6.25.
Situation change there. So the pressure is back on Jolene as she's going to have to now choose those ones that Sai was out there waiting for. But now she's in second priority, so things definitely got a lot tougher for Jolena. But great to see her down here. She's also a part of the bag tick crew from Siargao, which is sponsored by the Congressman. 20 athletes they sent down here to compete in La Union, and a few of them progressed yesterday through the ranks, so Jolena's one of them. Good to see her here. She's a great chick. Oh, she's going to get left, see?
Yeah. Honing that cloud break style.
Cloud break style. Watch her race down the line.
Foot to the floor. Oh, just a little wobble right when she didn't need it. 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, I know Jolena. I reckon she was winding up for a layback there. It's one of her go-to moves. Hitting those little crispy sections, she'll often lay back and bust the fins out. A little bit of anxiety towards it, maybe. Oh, beautiful morning though. Blue skies, like you said, a weekend. Looking down into the bay there at San Juan, there's
A few more people surfing the beach here.
yeah, surf lessons going on all over the place. We've got our instructors out there in some high-vis orange. Nice and easy to get either pushed in on or paddle in on a wave down here at San Juan. Get your instructor. I think I was talking to Luke, there's 26 surf schools down there on the beach. And some of them are the Philippines' best surfers who are running these schools. So many business angles for these surfers. They're not just athletes. They also run surf schools, businesses, cafes, all that sort of stuff. Down there in Siargao, Filma and Andy, the Happy Islanders, they got a nice little cafe down there in Katungnan, along with our event coordinator here, Wenna and karting.
It's such a great vibe here in La Union. It's, yeah, all the hustle and bustle. Everyone's come up for the weekend. Obviously, it's a bit of a holiday town.
It is, yeah. For us, a 5-hour drive can be a little bit far. For here, it's just an escape of that city, and you're here on on the sand, dipping your toes in the water, and more importantly, getting those Instagram pictures out. It's not the life I live, it's the life I show that's important, Chris.
Are there surf photographers on the beach the same way as you see up at, say, Uluwatu in Bali?
Definitely not to that level, but surf photography is usually part of it. Like I said, a lot of them now will take their own mobile phones, and they've got these waterproof cases if their phones aren't waterproof. And you'll actually pay a local to also take photos standing in the water. So you get that magic moment captured on camera, your first ever surf. And then next thing you know, you're on tour.
All right, minute and change to go. This is Nanaho Suzuki. Bit of a victory lap, I think. Well, maybe a premature victory lap, but should be feeling pretty comfortable at this point in time. 6.75 and a 5.5. She is a long way out in front.
Still achievable, a 7.25. We saw these numbers yesterday dropping in quite regularly. It's a little bit smaller today, so maybe a little bit more challenging, but I know sides out there showing a lot of potential. 4 and a 5.0, definitely within striking distance for her. Jolene might have to just lift it up a little bit to get out of that 3.25 zone and that 2.6. Definitely a requirement for her, needing a 6.25, so possible for Jolene. She's got to pick, it looks like some sets are rolling in now. She's going to go this first one by the looks of things. Oh dear.
Countdown begins at 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Conceded early there.
All right, here we go. Next heat in 3, 2, 1.
Despite the screen, I believe we might be a little bit out of time on our screen.
I think the clock's a bit out of time because that's,
that's
exactly
the
live action. I think the clock's actually frozen. But this heat is over, so Nanaho Suzuki through to the next round. She's joined by her compatriot Sai Manawa. And we have one more heat to go in the round of 32. It's going to be Rina Matsunaga, Daisy Narita and Anime Alapeo. Don't go anywhere. More action from the La Union International Pro coming our way right after this quick break. All right, welcome back to La Union International Pro. That is Nanaho Suzuki making our way in. It's low tide right now. There's nothing too vicious about that reef. It's quite fluffy and friendly.
It is quite fluffy and friendly, but you know the rules. You never hit that fluffy friendly bit. You always hit that uncovered rock.
Well, or you step in the hole. That,
yeah, twist your ankle.
Looks like the rest of the reef, and then all of a sudden you're ankle deep in it. So well done to Nanaho. Pretty
convincing, wasn't she?
And convincing in that first heat. Rina Matsunaga, Daisy Narita and Anime Alapeo are the three ladies in the water right now who are going to round out these opening 8 heats of women's action.
Daisy and Anime, just to note, they're really good friends too. It's one of those things, you're happy to be out there surfing with your good friend, but you also got to then beat your good friend. There's no friends in competitive surfing.
Do they team up on Rena? Do they bully her, sit on her,
They'll
harass her?
try. They will try. If they get into that position where it's us or them, it's definitely going to be us. Put it that way. All right. So yeah, Daisy Valdez, as I said, she was what I say, the song title, Queen of the Mona Lisa Point.
Mm-hmm.
Actually had struggles trying to get a board here for her daughter. Looks like Rena's going to take a look at this one.
Yeah, good. No. Okay. Not a good-looking wave. And she
Almost called it, didn't
she
you?
recognises that and kicks out.
It did look like it was stepping up. In fairness, it looked like it was going to roll down the point. We didn't just see the shoulder on the edge of the camera there. A little bit peaky this morning with the swell. It's a little bit broken up, especially on that lower tide. Hits the sandbank a little bit early at the back and sort of changes the shape of the wave so it doesn't run traditionally down the point. But it's not really a traditional point break that we're on here, are we? Is it, Chris? It's sort of a flat point break, not really pointy point break, so to speak. Yeah, don't look at me like that, Chris. You know what I mean. We're facing basically an open beach break. It just sort of rolls in into a bay, not very deep bay, but it's a beautiful little running wave. Just let me talk, Chris. Just let me talk.
I don't know. It looks like a point break to me, mate.
Yeah, it's strange. It's just a rocky outcroft.
All right, we are going to throw down to Jerry Deegan.
There she is.
I did hit with the Nilby Blanc.
He'll be a local hero for sure. What's your strategy for the next heat? Any ideas?
Yeah, so I want to be my best surfing. Yeah.
And would you like to say something to your Japanese fans?
はい、すごい波もすごい綺麗な波ですごい楽しいんで次のヒートも楽しみながらやっていきたいと思います。
Well, thank you very much and all the best for your next heat. Okay, cheers. Okay. All right, thanks very much and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Okay, here goes Daisy Narita. A long open face carve to get things going. That was Jerry Deegan talking to Nanaho Suzuki. Opening score in for Anna May Alapeo was 2.5.
Second time there in the Philippines for her. She was in the Siargao event and against Nilby Blancada. That's one of the things you don't want to have happen when you're in Siargao. If Daisy's the queen of Mona Lisa, then Nilby's definitely the queen of Siargao Island. She scored some nice barrels out there, made it very hard for her competitors.
Is Cloud9 purely a tube, or can you come out and...
It's tube, possibly tube to air, tube to turn. It's pretty fun. You can get these long winding ones. Oh, that sort of do wrap up his.
Okay, this is Rena Matsunaga's 4-point ride for her last wave.
That wobble just timed a little bit wrong there at the end.
Oof, Daisy, late takeoff, but comes out of it nice and strong. And then, yeah, not much doing with that turn.
I don't think Daisy actually gets over the 5-foot mark too, just out of interest. She's a very pint-sized little pocket rocket out there. Small, powerful structure. But this, like I said, this is her point. We will see her also out there in the longboard division. Daisy's been in the top end of Surfing Philippines for as long as we've had the national rankings. So Daisy, dual division, she's also a longboarder. And being here, growing up on this point, you can understand why she longboards. Big shout out to everyone down here at the beautiful Onion. Thank you for having us, all the surfers. Thanks for having us in your point. It's always appreciated. WSL coming to town, surf events like this coming to town and being accepted by the locals, and the vibes out in the water is always epic in the Philippines. So thank you very much to the locals of La Union. There's Ian San Juan, Luke Landrigan, Lemon, the local crew. Shout out to you guys. Most of them are working here at the event, so they can't hear me right now, but it's a good surf scene here, really structured in their surf schools and everything like that. Regulated for safety.
Oh, here goes Anime Alapeo flying down the line. Couple of strong turns. Not done yet. Linking this one through to the inside. Got great flow. And this will be a decent number for the surfer in white. And cracks it one last time. She'll want to hang on to it and unfortunately goes down.
My. Knows how to ride a wave. I've been out at Cloud9 with her when it's 8 foot and dangerous.
Here goes Daisy from deep downtown.
She's not afraid of a big wave, my. Anime Alapeo, for those of you who don't know her nickname, a lot like Indonesia, you usually won't know their real name and you won't link them up on paper because it's quite confusing. The nicknames have nothing to do with the names. You can obviously where Anime gets her my from. But there it is. Nice opening wrap. She's looking for that second section. She's got a bit of downtime in this fat section too there. She's still flowing quite well. I'm sure the judges are going to like the way she sort of wrapped it up. It's third turn there.
So 3-point ride the result. Judges are being tough this morning.
If she had got that finish, maybe they would have rewarded her a bit more. And it's not about the finish, but it's about the way the wave goes all together for those judges. And if she had got the finish, they like a good start and they do love a good finish. It's something that they do reward, and you see that when the numbers drop in. From yesterday, we saw those good finishes. Big finishes ended up with a big score, generally speaking.
So Rina Matsunaga is in the lead with 4 and 2.8. She also has priority. Anime Alapeo has a 3 for her last wave and a 2.5 to sit in second. Daisy Narita has second priority, is on the hunt for 2.91 to jump up to second. Oof, it is hot already this morning.
It is hot. We have got a fan that's looking near us. It's actually facing the other direction, so we might swing that and see if we can get a bit of fresh air, oxygen into us instead of blowing off and keeping the wall cool. That's a lot better, Chris, straight away. Saw Jerry Deegan down on the beach there. We've got our sideline interviews fired up this morning. So we'll get to hear from all the competitors throughout the day. A bit of a download from their heat and what they're looking forward to. Looking forward to seeing them, getting to know these surfers a bit more. Sounds like we've got the famous Tippy Jabrick down on the beach commentary. He's filling in a position, relieving Tim Patton and Dom Kui from their beach commentary duties, giving them a bit of time out. We're commentator heavy down here, Chris. It's not bad, huh? Good position to be in.
Yeah, it doesn't happen too often, but we'll take it.
We will take it. Got time to almost sneak in a surf in the meantime. We've got priority out there with Rena. She's got her 4.0 and a 2.8. Currently in first place, but I know she wants to get a little bit further out. Anime only requiring a 3.81 to knock her off. And then there's Daisy Narita. She's in third place, obviously wanting to progress. At this stage, she's only looking for a 2.91. Wave selection from Daisy should be one of her strengths. She surfs this wave every single day. Big family down here too. Their cousins, daughters, her kids. Great part of the surfing scene. Her and Jefferson, like I said, longboard, shortboard, they'll be out there.
All right, we are exactly halfway through this heat. 12.5 minutes done, 12.5 to run. Rina Matsunaga is in the lead with a 4. She got a 2.8 for her last wave.
We have maybe a couple down days coming, Chris.
Is that what you're hearing on the forecast?
It looks like it is dropping off. It's slowly sort of winding down over the next few days. But towards the end of the waiting period, we have what looks like a real swell coming in. Good size, which is going to be exciting to see it hitting this, especially if we get these winds that are going to be light. And if we have these conditions with a 6-foot rolling point break, it's going to be firing. There's a little barrel section at the start of this wave. I saw some footage of one of the young surfers, Neil Sanchez, the other day, and he got like a 3 to 4 second barrel out there.
Yeah, I can imagine the Top Shot does that, because so far what we've seen is the shortboarders taking off deep. It's quite steep, and they've just been using it as a ramp to punt in the free surfs, and then the longboarders have been taking off a little bit wider where it runs into deeper water in the channel. But I can imagine on a bigger swell, that would link up.
Yeah, and that steep section does sort of bowl out a bit. Bottom drops out and gives you a little bit of opportunity to get a cover up. It's not known. Oh, there's Daisy. Rena getting one turn in. I don't know if the judges will give her a completion on that last turn, and then firing out behind her was Daisy Valdez. Daisy Narita looking to get that 2.91. I didn't see the complete wave. Hopefully we'll have a replay of that complete wave and see what she actually did on those outside sections. All right, and there it is, dropping in for Daisy. That 3.35, she got the requirement. She got herself up into second place. Now looking for a 3.46 to get herself into first place and sort of ease the pressure on herself. Now Anime Alipeo looking for that 2.96, so also not a massive requirement for her. And Blue. And nothing much for Rena, not getting a completion on that last move, so we'll throw away score for her on her last wave. She gave it a good tag off the lip, she just couldn't get quite clear of it. So you've been to the Philippines a few times, Chris?
I've just been to Siargao the once. Saw Rayoni Montero win the Cloud9 event in pretty emotional scenes for the guy who was on the comeback after his he fell off the CT, had all sorts of back injuries and issues, and that was his big comeback win that he was hoping was going to launch him back onto the championship tour. Didn't quite get there in the end, but yeah, it was emotional.
It was big. It was big, heavy waves too, wasn't it?
It was pretty solid.
It was quite wild that year. I remember that. That was some good fun. Cloud9. I think he was hitting the left-handers a lot too, which is rare for Cloud9. There is a sneaky little left-hander on the wave, and some people see it and some people don't. But it can be really good also. All right, longboarders coming up next.
This is going to be interesting. Really keen to see how they approach this, where they're going to be sitting.
Well, you'd have to almost say it's favourable conditions for longboards at the moment. It's beautiful. It says that little bit of a peaky nature, though, that might sort of slow them down and hold them up. But those longboards have the tendency to get the speed and have the power and weight to get through those little flat, fluffy sections also.
Yeah, absolutely. And what time's low tide? Because it is...
We've passed the low tide. The low tide was quite early this morning.
It is so low out there right now still.
That's one of the interesting things about this location. Doesn't interest you very much because you're in the west of Australia where they've only got 2 tides over here. Traditionally, people know it as a 4-tide sort of system, 2 highs and 2 lows throughout the day. This is a place where we have only 2 tides, 1 tide in the morning and 1 tide at night, generally speaking. 50-50. It's a strange concept for me, and I sort of looked into it a little bit, and I still can't figure it out. Yeah, 2 tides. Don't know.
Yeah, it's crazy how tides are different in different places because there's just the one moon out there doing work.
The one moon and the one sun, that's sort of how the tides sort of work, the gravitational pull of either of those. The higher as it's going past you, the lower as it's sort of on the other side of you, or no, in the middle of you, and then the low on the other side. So it's strange. And like I said, it's something I didn't even consider until just recently. It's like, at what age did you learn this? I was 42 years old. 7 minutes. Rena Matsuaga out in first place, Daisy Narita in second place, and Anime Alapeo trying to get into that second place to progress to the next round for the women's shortboard division.
All right, here goes heat leader Reno Matsunaga. Anna May has priority, but she's nowhere to be seen. So Rena says, thank you very much. I'll take this one. And a couple of turns and she's out of there. She'll be happy with that. I reckon she may well have dislodged her 2.8 and will increase her lead.
Body language looked good. She almost struggled to get on that one. I thought she might have made a little bit of an error on the call there, but I think she was in second priority, so not too much on the risk. And yeah, definitely going to improve her score. There it is. Not taking too long to drop in a 3.7, so she improved her situation out there in first place, making it a little bit harder for Daisy to get into first place. And now Anna May still looking for that 2.96 to get into second with 5 minutes and 45 seconds. Still plenty of time, plenty of opportunity for Anna May to get into this second place, and also for Daisy to get into first place. Here comes Anna May right now.
Oh, chopped off at the knees.
Would have been great to see her rebound straight back up into that next section. She sort of went for the option to go around it and chopped off at the knees, as you said.
So last score comes in for Rena Matsunaga. It's a 3.7. It does indeed extend her lead. And here is the replay of it, Johnny.
I was a little bit worried that she wasn't going to get onto this thing. She sort of had a second take at that paddle, but nice and smooth. She knows she's just trying to get rid of that 2.8 that she was holding on to. Nice little opening snap, followed by a little bit of a boggy turn on that second one. She obviously would have gone a lot higher if she had got those fins up above that lip on that second turn, but I'm sure she's happy with that 3.7, putting her just that little bit more comfortable out in front. It's the mental game that can get you out there when you're in that first position. It feels lighter, you feel free, your turns feel better often when you're just trying to extend your lead, as opposed to chasing down scores where that pressure can sort of mount up on you and make things a lot harder. So Rena's got to be stoked to be out there enjoying first place and hoping that time ticks away a lot faster than normal. Whereas I'm sure Anna May wants that clock to stop right now. Her last wave of 2.30, so not enough to improve her situation. She's still looking for that 2.96 to get up into second place. I don't think we got through those minor sponsors, the local sponsors, before. I've got to mention Kermit, Seabuds. We're down there at San Juan restaurant, Seabuds, owned by the wonderful Danica Menace. Good fruit bowls, nice healthy options down there at Seabuds, and a big shout out to Danica. La Cantina, and also Line Up Bistro. Coffee is life. Looking forward to a coffee this morning. I might be visiting that next.
Where's Line Up?
I think it's about 3 places down to the right here along the bay. Plenty of little coffee joints along here. I love the way this town's set up. If you want to pick a restaurant, you can walk along the beach and sort of pick where you want to go. It's almost Indo setup.
Yeah, it's got a great kind of backpacker surf town vibe. It was buzzing last night when we came back from the opening ceremony.
It was. Did you venture out into the wild wilderness last night? Or did you do the correct life choices and go to bed ready to face work the next morning?
I retired to my quarters.
Smart life choices, we'd like to say. Looking forward to seeing Jerry Deegan and seeing his take on last night, what he got up to. He went and painted the town red. I know Jerry likes to get out there and see his friends. A lot of friends around the Philippines. Jerry Deegan has been well established here for about 20 years. They're in Siargao, but travels a lot throughout the Philippines and is quite well known. He was one of the event directors for a very long time of the Siargao event. He was one of the guys who helped bring professional surfing and international events to the Philippines. Shouting out to Jerry Deegan and his beautiful wife back home, Susan, and his wonderful daughter, Lily.
You got a shout out in the opening ceremony last night. What's your role with the, is it the UPSA?
With UPSA, so United Philippines Surfing Association. I'm sort of in the technical side of it, so I help them with their running of their events, competitions, Great crew. We've got Gino Canlis, Ralph Texan, Doc Canlis. It was established by some of the guys, Bjorn Pablone. Lots of the Philippine surfers throughout the country helped establish and professionalise surfing. We're just sort of taking the ball now and running with it. Getting events like the WSL. We've got the licence holding for the WSL events. And we're running the national tour also, which helps us get to the Olympic dream and also, for me, the CT dream. I just want to see this is what we were talking about before. I think our snacks might be here. Lindsay, the soy flavoured tofu drink that I was telling you about. Here it comes.
All right, just over 1 minute to go. Rina Matsunaga still in the lead. Daisy Narita has priority. She wants a 4.35 to move to first. Anime Alapeo is chasing a 2.96. There's some whistling on the beach. There's some sets coming our way. Rina Matsunaga, second priority, and has managed to jump onto that one.
It's coffee.
It is coffee. Anime has second priority. She really wants a 2.96. It's time to get busy. I wouldn't just be sitting there with 40 seconds to go. You need a score.
And Daisy's definitely what we were talking about earlier. They're not going to be working together at this stage. Daisy's going to want to stay in this competition with priority, and Anime's going to try to get one of these from under her. And like you say, Mai should have maybe...
30 seconds to go. There's a couple of lines on the horizon, so will they get there in time? Will both girls get a crack at it? Anime needs to catch a wave. Surely this is last roll of the dice time right now.
Daisy's going to let it go.
Yeah. And
that's why.
She could almost have gone left, but stick with it. You need the open face. A 2.96 needs to manufacture a miracle. Wave not cooperating so far. Standing up a little bit through the inside, not enough. Time runs out. I don't think that's going to be the score that Anime needs. Rina Matsunaga won't be worried. She's got through. And it's only a 1.3 for Anime, so that one is in the books. All right, we're rolling on into the women's longboarding qualifying series event right now. Round one is in the water. Natsunami Taoka, Heiyun Song, and Sakura Inoue. We're going to have a quick break. We'll be right back with all of the action from the La Union International Pro right after this.
Excited to be here at the first longboard WSL QS event in the Philippines. It's a big moment, and we have the girls out there. It's like I said, it's super happy for a longboarder's point of view. It's sometimes hard for them to get the opportunity. So great that WSL has the initiative to bring this beautiful event, QS series, to La Union. Very exciting to see the girls out there. We have Nasami Taako from Japan, and we have our Korean out there in the water. Hey, Haeyeon Song, and in white we have another Japanese, Sakura Inoue. In white, so 22 minutes and 40 seconds. We still have our 25-minute heats. It's going to be interesting to see the approach that these longboarders have in the lineup. Will they sit a little bit deeper, or will they sort of move down? It looks like they're in a similar place where the short boards were sitting. Like I said, they have a little bit more speed and drive, and they can get through the fluffier sections. And here, and red up and riding back to back. A nice hang five to get things started for our surfer in blue from Korea. We're boasting a pretty world-class field here, and these girls will be super stoked to come to a place like La Union to showcase their skills and abilities in a QS 1000 event. Huge opening ride for our surfer in blue. Start to finish, we're going to see some great technical skills. The judges will be rewarding the more traditional longboarding moves, which is your hang fives, hang tens, nose walks, the cross steps. They want to see a nice traditional style. We're going to go with Chris Binns now, down to Rina Matsuana, the winner of our last heat. Take it to you, Chris.
Congratulations on your heat win.
Thank you.
Tell us about the conditions out there.
It's just like small little bit, but it was fun.
And a comfortable heat. You were happy with how you surfed?
Yeah.
Okay. And any words for your friends and family at home in Japanese?
日本から応援してくれている皆さん、ありがとうございます。次のヒートも頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Congratulations on the heat win. We'll see you again in the next round.
Thank you.
All right, back up to you guys in the box.
Chris Binns down there with Rina Matsuanga. Obviously her English is not great, and Chris's Japanese is lacking a little bit also. But great interview, great win. She said the conditions out there are a little bit tricky, a little bit small, but when it comes to longboarding, I think the conditions are on point. There we go. Our first surfer was our surfer in blue. She was up and riding with a 5.0. The first longboard event for the WSL right here in the Philippines opened with a 5.
That's pretty impressive. Very impressive, actually.
History making.
It's great. And, you know, for the first one, it's a QS. It's good waves, perfectly groomed conditions. Fantastic.
And also, let's look at Natsumi's, the second wave ever ridden in the Philippines in a longboard QS 1000 event, a 6.75. So getting the best of the exchange was Natsumi, a surfer in red, Taoka, with a 6.75 strong opening. Dreamy conditions for a longboard, Jerry.
Director and everyone organising is doing a pretty good job. I mean, they can't change the surf conditions, but they've called it correctly. They've called it on right. And we're going to see some good surfing.
And yeah, look at that nice, long, well-held 5. Back into a little down carve. And then, oh my gosh.
Bit of a back slam on the board there.
Lay back. I think that's how you do a lay back on a longboard. You just lay on the board. And our surfer in white, our surfer from Japan, last one was our surfer from Korea in blue.
How many surfers from Korea do we have?
We
John?
have throughout
Generally speaking, that's exactly the case, yeah.
Yeah, exactly the case. And this guy wasn't in too much drama, but it was a heavy swell. It was 6 to 7, maybe 8 foot. This bay has a tendency to fill in the water.
8 foot Hawaiian size, so you're talking 20 foot faces essentially.
No, I'm going to go Philippine.
Okay.
So it was double overhead. It was pretty heavy swell. And the way it rolls in here, it sort of pushes into the bay, so that means it has to go back out somewhere, which causes a huge rip in the middle of the bay. There was danger of him heading towards that, and it was quite hard to get another board out to him. So
Did he had lost his board?
He'd snapped his leash, yeah. It was quite easy to snap leashes. So he was sitting out the back waiting for his caddy to get a board out to him. He was heading towards the rip, and then Rod just sort of got the go-ahead from the contest director to, all right, let's off this heat, cancel this heat and get him back to the beach. You could tell that they were not stressed or worried about it because they both stood up on the same board on the way in.
Okay.
Roger ended up getting the Fair Play Award for the entire SEA Games.
Nice.
Which was great for the sport of surfing because it showed that we're not just about winning and victory, we're actually about sportsmanship. And
yeah, and look, surfers are. I mean, I sometimes hear, you know, they talk about the surfing family and this and that. And I'm old school, you know. I want my own waves and I don't want to share. But surfing is that kind of sport that we are all surfers and we do care a little bit about each other. You younger guys care more than I care, but...
I'm probably closer to your age than you think, Jerry. No, but it's an unwritten rule that when you see someone take a heavy wave, you got your one eye on them and one eye on your set.
Look, you know, all my life, you know, if I've been out in decent size I can do 600 metres in the pool, or I can do. I said, just be careful, and he got caught, and his wife came in screaming, "He's out in the ocean!" And yeah, it happens regularly. The ocean is a powerful beast.
The unsung heroes are the surfers. Like I said, you'll be down at your local beach break, and a couple of kids would just get swept off the beach into the rip, and the ocean takes lives every day. So it's good that the unsung heroes. Generally, you'll go save 3 lives and go catch another 6 sets, and you won't even mention it to your family.
No.
Sort of how surfers roll. It's just a part of the job we do when we're surfing, looking out for people who don't quite understand the power and respect the ocean the way they should.
No, that's exactly right.
Quickly get a respect for it after they've just...
I've found it interesting that here in La Union, I spoke to Luke about it the other day, that there aren't lifeguards. There's a lot of people swimming here. And he said there are some issues every now and then, you know, and they're having in discussions with the local government about getting a lifeguard on duty. And it's a matter of who pays for it, I guess. But, you know, a tourist area like this, they probably need someone there, you know, with the binoculars on and are capable of actually going and saving someone.
Yeah, well, the joy of although there's no lifesavers, officially there is surf schools along the beach, and these guys have their eyes on the water.
Out, yeah.
And like I said, I'll put my life in the hands of a surfer any day of the week because they actually know what they're looking for.
Yeah.
So here we are, 12 minutes, halfway through the heat, Jerry.
Well done, well done. Remember our conversation from yesterday?
We do, and I hit it.
Oh, you were waiting for it, that's what, okay.
It wasn't actually. Chris called the last one halfway through, and I thought, I'm going to have my moment when Jerry hits the mic. There I am. There currently in first place is Natsumi Taoka with an impressive 6.75 and a 5.75 on her second one. Her second scoring wave. She hasn't done too much downtime. Here she is up on a third. But look at that thing.
Yeah, that's a decent looking wave.
And this is what I was talking about the longboards. They have the ability to get that speed and drive through these sections. Good solid wipeout for Natsumi. There'll be enough eyes on her to make sure she pops up, and that's what we like to see. Grabbing the board, you know, there's no issues. She'll be straight back out there. Business as usual. Nothing like a good wipeout.
There's Tim Hayne out there with his camera, sitting on his brand new surfboard that he just brought with him.
I saw that nice shiny white thing. I sort of want to take it for a spin. It's a nice mid-length. It looks
It is a
brilliant.
mid-length, yeah.
So the mid-length board is sort of a hybrid between the long board and the short board, a bit more paddle power, but the manoeuvrability of a short board.
Yeah, I semi-agree. Not quite the manoeuvrability, but I'm thinking of getting myself a mid-length, actually, due to my age and weight, I guess. I just want to get a lot more waves than I'm getting at the moment.
You're either a hipster or an old man if you're going to jump on a mid-length. And
well, I'll have a leg wrap, so I won't be a hipster.
Yeah. You're definitely heading towards the second category.
Here's a question, leg rope or leash? I mean, I know in the States it's always been leash. It seems to be overtaking what we say, but I certainly grew up saying leg rope or leggy.
Leggy?
What did you say when you were a kid?
I'm a leggy guy myself.
Only because I heard you say leash just a few minutes ago.
It's probably the Philippine...
yeah.
The Philippine language that sort of imprints on you when you live in the country long enough. You change a lot of your words. I'll step back into Australia and get slapped in the face for saying some weird things like trash and...
Yeah.
But leash, leggy, leash, I don't know. I also grew up, I don't want to admit it too loudly on national broadcast, but I also grew up as a bodyboarder, and it was a leash. It was actually an arm rope.
What is it called? It is a leash when you're a bodyboarder, obviously.
But it was an arm rope back
An army.
It was an army. Get your army on.
I don't bag you out for that. Many of my friends are or were bodyboarders.
Yeah.
And I'd like to say hello to the Cronulla crew out there that dominated Shark Island, the bodyboarders.
Well, they have Shark Island, and that's a break you almost don't want to attempt on a surfboard because it's quite heavy and gnarly at points.
I think, there's some legendary Cronulla surfers that dominated Cronulla, Shark Island.
Some of those Shark Island pictures, especially in the bodyboard magazines where it's literally half a foot deep, you wouldn't even get a fin across it.
That's right, like Nugget, Purse, Ballard, Dougie Robson. You know, the list goes on of the guys that, spent a lot of time out there. Got injured out there.
That 5. This is the sort of thing that we can dissect in the longboard division. There was a nice hang 5, and she gave the sort of soul arch feel to the beach. This is what longboarding was back in the day, and this is what we mean by traditional longboarding. These are the moves with a bit of style, a bit of class, and a bit of flair that you get to see on the division.
There's a lot of walking the deck there as well. I mean, we've got 3 flights of stairs to climb up to get here. She did more walking on that board than we did climbing up the stairs.
She did. The judges, that's another part of the criteria, is actually using from the tail up to the nose.
Yeah, okay.
So you don't want to just hang around that midway sort of part of the surfboard. As a shortboarder, we know we're locked in place. You get your feet basically in the middle unless you're throwing those air reverses that you often throw out there, Jerry, where your toe gets up to the nose, basically, just to...
That's why I wax my nose.
To sort of ride it out of those air reverses. Generally, you're locked in position, apart from a few minor adjustments of getting that foot forward in a barrel or something like this. These guys actually have a huge surface to work with, and you'll see her up and down that thing. Tail for your control and turns, and up there for the nose for the tricks. Generally, it's 3 to 4 cross steps to go across your board.
And I tell you what, she just got an 8.5 for that wave. So, just by watching that and looking at the score, I'm learning every second.
Yeah, and just by watching that, you can see the way she held that 5. She didn't just hold it and look like she was out of control or struggling for control. She was up there actually giving a bit of flair and a bit of style, which shows she's 100% in control. It was a nice, fast, flowing section. So that speed, power, and flow 100% comes into technique here, and that 5 was through that critical sort of section. Like I said, it sort of defies physics for me somehow, how you can be on the front of the surfboard without the nose going
absolutely.
Under. I can't figure it out. I try to get on a longboard and surf it exactly the same as a shortboard.
Yeah, I do the same. Look, I get on a longboard if the surf's small and I just want to get waves, but they actually know what they're doing. Oh, I'm surprised she pulled off that wave.
I think she just got herself in that awkward position where she might have rolled over quite awkwardly like we saw her on the last one. That was her wipeout, was it? But anyway, out there in 7 minutes and 18 seconds, we have our surfer in red with that massive 8.50 on her last wave. And her opening ride, I believe, was at 6. So she's out there currently in first place, quite safe. She's got the other 2 in combination position, which means they need 2 scores to sort of reach her combined score. And in blue, we have our surfer from Korea. Good to see her. Hae-yoon Song.
Your Korean's very good.
Huh?
Your Korean's very good. I'm not even going to try.
And in third place currently is our other surfer from Japan, Sakura Ino.
She actually surfed in the shortboard as well.
She was in the surfboard because I do remember that name coming up.
Yes. And here she is.
Here she is. So currently in third place, she's looking for a 4.66 to get up to advance at this stage. Nice little wrapping turn to start with. Let's see what she wants to do. So even the way that she's moving back to the back of the board, the judges are looking to make sure it's 3 to 4 clean steps. Cross steps help, which means it adds a touch of elegance. You don't want to shuffle up. I have a saying that real men crab walk, Jerry. When I'm getting to the nose, I'm shuffling sideways and doing my best to make it ugly and horrible. And like I said, usually when I get there, physics kicks in, the nose of the board goes under and the board topples over the top of me 3 or 4 times before banging me in the head.
Well, the other thing is a longboard's pretty damn heavy, so, you know, getting hit by a shortboard's different. And they were weighing the boards. I don't know if you've had that discussion already today.
So the official rule is it needs to be heavier than 6 kilos, 15 pounds.
Okay, okay.
To dissect what the rule is or why the rule is, I'm not going to get into that argument or discussion with you. I think we're going to have it officially here. I'll let you read out if you can find it there.
Okay, the length of 9 feet is minimum from the nose to tail. And for the 2023 season, the length is a minimum of 9 feet, but must be at least 3 feet over the surfer's head. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, and 15 pounds, 6.8 kilos. So 6.8 kilos is the weight, and I noticed that they were weighing each board before they went out, and I think they just put a little mark on the board, so obviously they don't have to weigh it again. But yeah, 6.8 kilos for the board. That's interesting. The minimum length of 9 feet, but must be at least 3 feet over the surfer's head. So what if you're a 7-foot surfer?
Then it has to be a 10-foot board.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting.
And I'm guessing that doesn't come up too much, especially when we're in Asia. But when it comes to your places like Europe and Australia and Americas, then for sure there's a good chance you're going to get a 6'5", a 6'6", which means they're going to need to have a 9'6".
Well, if you're an 8-foot guy and you've got to have an 11-foot board, you can sit way out the back and get every single wave.
What if you're 9-foot, Jerry?
That's interesting. I find that interesting. That's unusual that there would be some kind of regulation relative to how tall you are.
Yeah, well, I guess it becomes a short board if you keep getting taller and your board can
if
still
you're
be
7 foot and your board's 9 foot, yeah.
You're basically on a gun.
Yeah, really interesting.
It is. Yeah, well, Daisy, who is like 4'6", or literally, what is she? She's about 4 foot, 4'10". She's 4'10". So she doesn't get the rule where she gets to ride a
7'10" board.
7'10". She also has to be on the 9 foot.
Struggling with your maths again today.
That's the minimum standard. If it was in centimetres, I'd struggle just as hard, but I'm just going to use the feet rule.
Okay, that's...
it is interesting, and this is the sort of stuff that, we get to learn.
Yeah, and the people out there are learning because we're learning at the same time.
The people are learning. Let's learn together. This is something new I've learned for today. I'm going to go sit down in the room for the rest of the day to make sure nothing else gets pushed out.
That's the problem, isn't it?
It is. Here goes Surfer in white. She's still looking for that 4.66 with 3 minutes and 13 seconds on the clock. Natsumi Taoko is out there very safely in first place with an 8.5 and a 6.75. She's still got them in combination, so I'm going to say that she's quite relaxed at the moment and doing, to Mona Lisa point, exactly what longboarders should do. She's making it look very elegant, very beautiful, and she's surfing really well out there. Here goes our surfer in blue, looking to get rid of a 4. Nice speed through there. Very tricky to sort of maneuver up and down the board when you're flying down the line too. There's so much to it that you got to wipe off enough speed to do the maneuver to keep the maneuver flowing. So tricky sport.
Yeah, it is far more difficult than I ever thought. You know, my thinking was it's easy to catch waves. You can catch a lot of waves. The board's really big, but you know, to watch these professionals. You know, it's changing my attitude altogether. Yeah,
it's something else, and it is beautiful to watch. There's a still shot on. I don't know if that's a glitch, but that was a beautiful little beautiful little showcasing of what it looks like on the nose. There we are. We're down there on the beach with our medics crew. Big shout out to the LGU, the local province, for providing the medics. There we go. There's a little shaka love. Wave to the boys. I'm not sure if they know they're on camera. All going live to the world at the moment. And here's that replay from Red. This will be her last wave. She's taken it all the way to the bay too, so another long wave. There's a chance that she might actually extend her lead on this one. Look at that, nice and quickly to the nose. See what I mean in the critical sections there? There's a cross step turn too. You can literally change every aspect of every manoeuvre. Here we are moving through the tents down there on the beautiful beach at La Union. 1 minute and 20 seconds, and look at that number dropping in for our surfer in red.
Making it even more difficult for the other guys, or the other girls.
She's waiting for one more number to drop in, but it's not going to change the outcome. It's still our surfer in white looking for that requirement of a 4.66 to get up there. 1 minute, the magic minute, the mad minute. I don't know if longboarders have the mad minute. Let's hope they do. There we are, 7.5 for Natsumi. I'm looking forward to speaking to her to see what she thinks about being the first longboarder in a WSL event here in the Philippines.
To qualify, yeah. Or to qualify through to the next round.
Yeah, pretty exciting.
She's holding the record for the highest ever score of a longboarder in the Philippines.
She is. In a WSL event, we'll have to say.
WSL event,
there's a lot of national events. There's lots of specialty events that happen with the longboards here, especially in this northern end of the Philippines.
We had an international longboarding event, I'd like to say 10 to 12 years ago. It was in northern Mindanao, and we had a bunch of the world champions there, and it was on the circuit, and it was run by WSL. So this is actually the second one, but first women's one.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Using priority is our surfer in white, so no discrepancies there. It's always a bit of an old moment.
Yeah.
Often
look at that.
Oh, there we go. See?
Okay, and 4.6 is all she's after. And she started off really well.
Oh, there's a
epic.
nice little 10, a little bit of control there through that section. Here we go. This is going to make things interesting in the dying seconds. This is why we love competition, Jerry.
Absolutely. It needs to be her best wave, and so far, to me, it's looking like it, but I am no longboarding expert, but...
Yep,
okay.
We'll let the judges, like I said, she's going all the way into the bay too.
One last hang 5.
She's
Boom.
about to hit these free surfers. Oh,
Okay,
her body language is good. She feels like I think she's
Yeah.
done enough. Exciting. This is like I said, this is why we sort of do this sport. We love these close finishes. It builds the excitement, it builds the joy.
Okay, did she do it? Did she do it? We'll wait for these judges' score before we head on a little break, and we'll see how Sakura did. Judges are thinking about it. It's a very important decision down there.
It is, and it was a long wave too. There was actually a lot to watch on that one. So up and down that board several times. She got a little 5. She topped into a little 10 too as well. Held that first 5 for a really long time too.
Careful she doesn't step on an urchin at this stage.
She's looking for a 5.66. Yeah, it's scary when that seaweed covers those dips and holes, and it can be scary. Oh,
okay, she did it. She did it. She got a 6.0, and she is through. Congratulations.
Well done. Stolen on the last second there. That's always painful, but...
There you go. So we'll go on a little break now, and we'll see you after these messages. Okay, we're back here. That's our competitor that came second in the last heat. Sakura, last minute into second place, which is fantastic. She'll make it through. That's Sakura. And here we are in the round of the round of 16, heat number 2.
Good morning, Jerry.
Good morning, Luke.
What a beautiful day, huh?
Luke is our event director and commentator. He's a man of many, many trades. And he's also a fairly accomplished longboarder, so I'm hoping he can give us some insights on how the longboarding events work and how they score it, etc.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, huh? There's so much details into it. Like when a surfer goes to the nose of the board, you have to know how they got to the board. Were they cross-stepping? Were they shuffling? And yeah, part of the the criteria also of longboard has like visual, so you have to have
Yeah, well, I'll
style.
tell you what, last one was pretty impressive. Tippy's going to come and sit in.
Okay,
Got a couple of things I have to do, so I'll be back shortly.
thanks, G. So yeah, heat 2, we have in red, Aping Agudo. In blue, we have Sujin Park from Korea. In white, we have Aminosa, and in green, we have Chunika from Thailand.
Yeah, that's Ming.
Oh, that's Ming.
Yeah.
Taoka, wow. Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
You made history here being the first woman to win a QS WSL longboard event. How does it feel?
I feel so good. I'm so lucky I got really good one.
You made it look really good out there. As soon as you hit that water, that first wave, it must have felt really good.
Yeah, the first wave I was very nervous, so I just tried to enjoy the hit.
You enjoyed it, and we enjoyed it too, because you ended up getting a massive score as well. That was what was the high score? An 8.0, I think.
8.5 or yeah.
Yeah, you know the one I'm talking about. That must have felt good also, and you just put consistently good numbers out throughout that heat.
Yeah.
So you are the first ever winner of a heat in the longboard event here in the Philippines. How does that feel?
I feel so good. It's first time come here, and then wave is very good for me.
So you're from Japan. You surf and you practice there in Japan.
Yeah, I live in Chiba.
Chiba. So Chiba's your beach. Similar to this or a little bit different?
I think it's different. We always have a beach break, so I think it's leaf break. Yeah, but I prefer to surf the wave is like this.
And like I said, you took to it really naturally. You had maybe a little bit more time than normal to do a lot more maneuvers than normal, and you put them together really, really well.
Yeah.
Is there anyone you'd like to talk to and say hi to back home while you got the opportunity?
Yeah, okay. Can I speak?
Please speak Japanese.
いつもライブで応援してくださってる皆さんありがとうございます。ロングボードのファーストヒートでちょっと緊張してたんですけど、いい波を掴んで1位通過できました。この後も自分のサーフィンできるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
Well, it was an absolute pleasure to watch you surf out that Sumi. We're looking forward to the next heat you're in, and I can't wait to see what you're going to bring to this longboard event.
Yeah, thank you.
Well done, congratulations. Arigato. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
There you go. That's John Carby with heat winner Natsumi Toka from Japan.
Yeah, I think she's one of the girls to watch on this event. Look.
She's the top seed, I think.
Yeah, the way she surfed, the way she handled that, the equipment, the way she chose the maneuver. I think, that's what the judges are looking for. She's surfing, with the criteria, with a lot of control, grace, and flow. So nothing to miss on her surfing. Yeah.
Definitely know what she's doing. She
Yeah.
got an 8.5 and a 7.5.
And also, she's a world longboard tour surfer.
Oh, really?
I've seen her surfing in Hainan.
Oh, wow.
Back in the days. I know her name. And then looking at her surfing, there's no wonder that she surfed that good because she have all the experience.
Nice. So yeah, putting this longboard QS in an Asian region would, I'd say, help a lot of longboarders around to make it cheaper for them to qualify?
Yeah, I think so. At the end of the day, events like this, it's not only for today, but it's a long process of development. And don't quote me on this one, but surfing in the Olympic is not planning only for shortboards. So there's a future hope of having a longboard one day there. So that's the That's the information that been floating around. So hopefully surfing can get a bit more just than a shortboard. Hopefully longboarding and also SUP. So that can develop a lot of places like Philippines who have amazing longboarders actually.
Yeah, this spot is really suitable for longboarding when it's this size. I remember as a Grom, as young as 12 years old, we've had longboard events here organized by our Japanese and Australian friends. It was called the International Friendship Competition. So yeah, those events kind of showed us and
Yeah.
now this next generation. And like you said, this is not just for these surfers, but for the future up and coming surfers.
Yeah, for sure. So this is a local surfer. This is
This Ashley.
Ashley Minoza. Is she from here?
Oh, this is white.
Yeah, because right here we only have her initials, so her name is Minoza. We need to know some information. What is her full name actually? Yeah?
It's Ashley Lopez. Let me check.
So yeah, so we have Aping Agudo. She's from Siargao. And also we have Minoza also from Philippines, one from Korea and one from Thailand. So currently surfing in white with a 4.5 and a 3.05, sitting in the first place. Sujin Park with a 4.25 and a 2.70. And Aping Agudo is still looking for 3.56 if she want to move into second place, yeah. And then also Ming, you need a 4.06. I'm pretty sure everybody in Thailand, especially in Phuket and also Khao Lak, is watching this event. So a big shout to all the crew in Thailand. Keep surfing, everybody, and hopefully to see you guys soon. We have Jupe, we have Chat Chai, we have Ta, and then we also have Kun Fa, who's trying to make a big push there in Thailand. And here we go. This is Ming up and riding. Nice footwork there from Ming, surfer in green. Love to see the way she surf. Also, putting the nice thing about longboarding, you have to look also effortless.
That's true.
Yeah.
In the criteria, actually, it states visual something. There's visual in there.
Yeah, there's grace, flow, and control.
Yep.
In any surfing or any sports, control is a big part. Even in the football, you have to control that ball. So on the F1, you have to control that steering wheel. So control is a big part of any sport. And still waiting for Last of Green. Okay, Last of Green is a 1.5, not enough. So Ming is still looking for a 4.06. So that's her full name. Chonikan Paituk Sri, also known as Ming.
Is that Tim Hain?
Yeah, that's Tim Hain. He act like a free surfer, but he's actually capturing a lot of moment there.
TP, would you say surfing in the Asia region is one of the fastest growing sports?
We don't have to say it, but a lot of nation, a lot of regions saying that. Even like I've heard from ISA, from WSL, they do believe that Asia is the sleeping giant. We are the fastest growing region, and then one of the reason is I would say Brazil, America, Australia. They've been developing surfing since before 70s, but a lot of the Asian nation, they start growing their surfing is just around the Olympic, so it's just around the corner. So yeah, we are pushing our region, and hopefully we can see more representation of Asian in the higher level of surfing. So yeah, we do are pretty strong region.
Yeah, we do get a lot of Korean surfers up here, usually during November, December, and January. Or here's a ping. Our Philippines highest seed longboarder.
So Aping also have a younger sister, if I'm not wrong, Ikit?
Yep,
Yeah.
Kit unfortunately didn't make this event.
Oh, she's not here.
No, she's not here.
She's back home at Siargao,
Yep.
taking care of the restaurant, maybe?
Surf school.
Oh, the surf school. Yeah. She also have a restaurant at the General Luna. It was
Typhoon with a ping, yeah. Typhoon.
yeah, typhoon. A Thai food called typhoon. So situation right now with 12 minutes and 50 seconds to go. We still have a surfer in white from Philippines, Minoza, currently sitting in first place. We're gonna wait for a ping last wave. Is that gonna change any situation? She's only looking for 3.56. So it would be amazing to see, two Filipinos moving into the next round. But you cannot put away these two surfer from Korea and also from Thailand. Okay, this is could be a better number from Ming. She's looking to replace that 1.5. And then she's looking for a 4.06 to move into second, actually. And still waiting for Aping last wave. So Aping looks like she's gonna change her situation right here. So Aping Agudo with two last wave with a 6.0 and a 4.0. She moved into first now. So here's a replay from Aping.
Such a good
Nice.
style, no?
Nice footwork right there. Look. Making sure all the posture. Ooh, a little bit of a switch stance there. Not a full switch stance, but another footwork. A little hang ten there. You know, like all those small movement is the one that the judges are looking for. You need to have a lot of variety also.
Yeah, the criteria actually says the surfer must perform controlled maneuvers in the critical part of the wave, utilizing the entire board
Yeah.
and wave using traditional longboard surfing. The surfer who performs this to the highest degree of difficulty with the most style, flow, and grace will receive the highest score of a ride. So yeah.
Flow, style, and grace. So that's a big part of the criteria. So you don't want to see like a lot of hand movement, body movement.
Yep.
It's just all about grace.
Because
Here-
usually the hand movement shows if you have
out of control.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is
So
Ming.
Ming from Thailand.
A little hang five there. She's trying to positioning herself into this. Didn't get around that shoulder. I have to say the section is a little bit fast there. Look on the lower tide.
Yes, correct.
So Aping Agudo and Ashley Minoza. So I don't quote me on her first name, Ashley Minoza. I'm just gonna call her Minoza. So she's currently sitting on the second place. She only looking for 4.41 to move into first. And Sujin Park, the surfer from Korea. She's looking for 3.31 to move into second. Ooh, and Ming now she's looking for 4.65 to move into second.
Yeah, saying earlier, there's a bunch of Korean groups that usually stay here in November, December, January. They seem to migrate here for a few months during the surf season.
And you know where they go after that? Halfway Kuta Beach.
Oh yeah?
They're all there. So probably even like Sujin Park and Haley Song. Not probably, they're all there. I've seen them like all year round in Bali, and sometimes they also base themselves in Batu Karas. They also have a, it's almost like a pilgrim to go to La Union and also to Batu Karas. And here we go. This is Ming from Thailand. She haven't done anything on the front side of her board yet, but this wave looking good actually.
It's lining up pretty good in the inside.
Yeah.
Hope it doesn't close out.
Ooh, there's not much going on right there actually. Here we go. Sujin Park from Korea.
Quick
Wow.
tap. Oop.
Out of control on that one, and the board just swing to the back of her wave.
Yeah, so the next 2 days, I think we're gonna see 2 days of longboarding
Days.
actions.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because the wave is gonna stay like this or even get a little bit smaller. Perfect for our longboarders. And on the 24th and the 25th, we're gonna expect a new swell.
Yeah. Yeah, talking about La Union, you cannot take away longboarding because there's also like a long-running longboard festival here that we heard about, and that's also stamping La Union as a longboard capital of the Philippines.
Yeah, for sure. After this, we actually have a logging event, a single fin event. Two after this. There's two straight events in a row. So
Wow, back to back. Is that sponsored by the government or is that like by private?
private.
Private, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you were saying earlier, like La Union and Batucaras, we've I've seen surfers traveling
Yeah.
to and from that, and the Batucaras surfers always, been seeing them here in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
And yeah, some Filipino surfers also in Batucaras.
Yeah.
Almost like super close, like brothers with those guys.
Yeah, I think the capital of longboarding in Asia is it can be identified slowly with more vision like this. People can see, oh, this is a really suitable for longboarding. When we know Batu Karas has been there for a while, La Union has always been there also. In the future, I think Khao Lak in Thailand is also could be a really good longboarding place. I know in Thailand in the Korea, everybody is longboarding there. So maybe Nyang is one of their capital. And
Hainan used to, or still does, host a longboard tour.
no, they don't. It's the longboard tour now moved to Malibu actually in California.
But they used to host a longboard tour there, yeah?
Yeah, they used to. They run like a 4 or 5 years of a world longboard tour.
That left-hander.
Yeah, at that Riuway Bay. Yeah.
Oh, this is a nice wave from Surfer Red. Such a graceful surfer.
So Aping is the older sister of Ikit.
Yes.
Yeah. So last night we were
at the opening.
Yeah, we were so lucky to to be hosted by the governor of this province. She's a young woman that see the opportunity to push her surfing, and it's amazing to see the support from the government and also the vice governor, giving that history lesson a little bit how surfing started in La Union. The good thing,
too.
yeah, the mayor also. So it's always important to have all those key people remember about the history, how surfing come here and also help tourism. You cannot take that away. Surfing and tourism and local economic impact is a one packet.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, they've always been always behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And with this event, I'm actually surprised and so proud that they were all there full support for the opening.
Yeah.
It's such a good thing to see.
Yeah.
That our leaders of this province, this town, this barangay, they're all together. They have the same vision and pushing for surf tourism and surfing as an Olympic sport.
Yeah, and then also I have to say, look, like domestic market is a big part of economy here in La Union. Here we go. This is Minoza. Oh, she currently sitting in third position right now. Sujin Park. She got that 4.45 and move her into second. And now Minoza is looking for a 4.20 with 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go.
Yeah, Ashley's a local girl. She's one of the up-and-coming surfers, longboarders from this town. So we have 3 minutes left, and Surfer in white needs a 4.2 and surfer in green needs a 5.8 to advance. Here we go. Here's a replay of surfer in white. Nice quick tap. I believe the board she's using too is made here. There's this Australian guy who shapes board here, and some of the local surfers have been using it. Even JR is using it. Ashley's using it. Shout out to Abro. And shout out to all the other Filipino shapers too.
Wow, that's
around the
amazing.
Philippines. You guys are such a big part of the growth of surfing here.
Yeah, because you know, the only way to grow the sports is to also have the industry. Here we go. This is upping. Nice surfing there from her. I have to say, you know, as a goofy footer, it doesn't really affect her too much. You know, she have two good score of a 5.5 and a 4.25. So, and this is also Ashley Minoza. Yeah, talking about the development, you know, to support girls like Ashley. You know, the industry is a big part. You know, we have like, I don't know, 3 to 5 surfboard factory now that produce surfboards, and now Indonesia even like exporting boards, you know, to Australia, to Japan. So Indonesia is a big part of the industry also. I'm sure you've seen a lot of board brands that come from Indonesia. You know, like we have like, I don't know, Ross Concept, Suket, you know, Studi.
Yeah, definitely.
The Davis also.
Been to a few factories in Bali. And it's
Yeah.
mind blowing. The amount of boards that comes out from
The factory. Yeah. It's almost like a industrial area. So this is an aerial view of the point. We have 3 surfers right there on the peak right now. That's the deepest peak right now. As we can see, this is Sujin Park up and riding. Wow, what an amazing view there from the top. That's Sujin Park. She's currently sitting in second right now. 50 seconds to go. So 50 seconds to go right now. Sujin Park. This could be her last ride right there. Ooh. Careful with the barnacles there. Oh, what do you call it? Like a sea urchin.
We call it here.
Yeah.
In our language, maritangtang.
Maritangtang. Not marikong, but maritangtang.
You wouldn't want to be close to a maritangtang.
Yeah. So 20 seconds to go. Wow, could be the last ride for
Last chance for surfer in white.
Ooh.
She needs a 4.2.
She can't get that one. 5 seconds to go. Looks like it's official. We're gonna have upping, moving into the next round, and also Sujin Park. Yeah. I think we're gonna throw some messages, and we'll be back with the next heat. So welcome back. I'm here with Jerry Deegan.
Hello, Tippy. How are you?
Good morning. What an amazing morning here. This is 9:45 a.m. here in La Union, Philippines. So this is heat number 3. We have Pei Mei Shin, also known as Lian from Taiwan. And then also we have Antoinette Valdez. And then we also have Vea Estrelado and also Gina Kim. So this is Vea up and riding right now?
Yeah, V Estrelado, she's also in the shortboarding. I think she made it through to the second round of the shortboarding as well.
Okay, that's really good news.
She's on the Philippine surfing team. I think Carby knows a lot about her, has been coaching her as well.
Yeah.
So she's a bit of an all-rounder and a real kind of water person.
Yeah. So
from here, actually.
Oh, she's from La Union.
This part of town, yeah.
So this is Vea. Yeah, it's good to see, you know, like the versatility of a of an athlete of Vea. You know, she's shortboard, longboard, and who knows what else she do? Maybe twin fin and.
And it's not that easy, you know. You think, oh, if I'm a shortboarder, I'm a decent shortboarder, I could probably easily longboard, but it's not necessarily the case.
No, it's a two different equipment. Yeah, so the weight is different, the length is different. So yeah.
How about in Indonesia? Each time I've been there, I haven't seen loads of longboarding.
They do, you know. There's the capital of longboard actually in Batu Karas, so that's in Java. That's where all the longboarders coming from. But in Bali, there's a place called Batu Bolong. On any given morning, you will see 100 to 200 longboarders there.
Well, I better stay away from
Yeah,
them.
you want to stay away.
Are they generally beginners, or it's just a really good longboarding wave?
That's the good part of it. It's a mix between beginners and pros in one basket.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So it's a big lineup, you know, like there's a.
Is it a beach break or is it a point break?
It's kind of like a beach/reef break, you know. So there's a reef break at the outside where all the good longboarders are surfing, but those white waters also rolls into like a reform that all the beginners are. So
perfect. And where is that? Is that west of Kuta, for example, or is it on the other coast? Or
yeah, it's you know, like
near Madawi or down in that area?
No, it's you know, after Kuta we have Legian, Seminyak, and that's Canggu after that. So Canggu is the capital of hipsters these days, where all you know, like all the cafes are, the new boutiques are. So that's Canggu, yeah.
I remember going to Canggu in the 80s, and there was a little jaffle place, and you had to ride through the rice paddies to get there. And
it's not there anymore.
No, I hear. I have a niece that has partners in a little restaurant there called Kind.
Yeah, Kind is actually doing really well. You know, as soon as the Australian markets are open, you know, they just get busy and busy. But you know, the good thing about a lot of our businesses in Bali, if they still open during like COVID, they will survive now. Yeah,
100%.
Yeah.
Well, a bit of a shout out to my niece Elise. Oh, you may well be listening, but good on you, and glad with your success over there in Bali.
Yep. So here we go. We would like to update situation a little bit. We have Vea Estrelado sitting in first place with a 4.00 and a 2.75. Is this going to the webcast? This is a bit worried. So green, you have priority. There goes green.
So Vea is in the lead, and Gina is coming in second place at this stage. She needs a 3.96 to move into first place. Antoinette is in third place, and she needs a 1.81 to move into second place. And Pan is in fourth place at this stage, this early stage of this heat. Needs a 2.81 to move into second place. Got a little bit of a glitch here on the screen. We don't know if you saw that out there in the World
Wide Web. So what do you know about Antoinette Valdez, Jerry?
I do know very little about Antoinette. That's Daisy's daughter, is it?
No, that's Kayla.
Oh, okay. No, I know nothing about her, to be honest.
That's her right there, Antoinette Valdez.
No, well, she's a Valdez. She may well be a relative of Daisy from this area.
Okay, yeah.
Valdez is a fairly popular name here, so, you know, I probably should have done a little more research or asked you not to ask me difficult questions. But
Yeah, I should have asked you more about, you know, the coastline that you live, but you know, La Union is a different I don't know, it's a different region, you know, it's pretty far. If you ask me who's the Ripper in I don't know, in Mentawais, for example, I might know a few, but I don't know all of them. Yeah.
no, I'm with you there. And again, I don't know a great deal about up here. Although this is my third time up here. I love it up here. I love the fact that they have a point and they have a beach break. And where I'm from, where I lived for many years in Siargao, of course they have Cloud9 and a bunch of waves, but it would have been, I often thought how nice would it be to have a beach break there as well.
I know, yeah.
You know, we get a lot of beginners there and they run up on the reef constantly and it's a bit tough at times.
So here we go. This is Leanne from Taiwan. So a big shout to all the family. I heard everybody is in Taiwan right now. We have also Mega Samadhi watching. I'm sure Rory McDonald is watching, and also Dad. I'm sure they all like holding their breath right now because Leanne is looking for 0.30. So don't worry. The McDonalds are watching right now. Back all in Kenting. Have you been to Taiwan?
No, I haven't, but I do know them because they've all been to Siargao a couple of times.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
So a shout out of love to the McDonald family, who I haven't seen for a long time. And although I have actually been to Taiwan, but I haven't surfed there. I went to a friend's wedding there many years ago, actually.
Ah.
In Hainan.
That's China.
Well, it wasn't Hainan. It was...
Taipei?
No, it was down south. I can't remember the name of the actual town.
It's Taido?
No, I will think about it. Why did I think it was called Hainan? I don't know. But I went to a friend's wedding there, and the food was sensational. Had a fantastic time. Paul Tobin. And so hi to Paul if you're actually watching.
Are they still together?
They're absolutely still together.
Okay, that's the main thing.
That is. And they live in Newcastle. They've got 2 beautiful kids and a lovely dog.
Wow.
And the dog's name is Bagel, if I remember correctly. It's a super cool dog. And I will go up and see them. I think we've got an event coming up in Newcastle shortly.
Yeah.
I might ask for some passes, go up and stay with my friends and watch the event and catch up with them. So, yeah, I have been there, but I haven't surfed there.
Okay, that's nice. Yeah, you know, talking about Newcastle, you know, that's going to be our last event for the Asian region. Okay. So most of the surfers that you see here, women's and men's division, they have to go to Newcastle for the QS 5000, you know, to make sure that they are qualified for the Challenger Series this year. So Newcastle will be a place where we all going to see the action.
You're going to Newcastle?
I'm not sure. I have to ask Starkey maybe. Hey, Starkey, do you need me to do a bit of a blah, blah, blah?
Come on, Andrew, you can do it. I think Andrew's in Hawaii at the moment.
Yeah, because we're going to have the first World Tour event coming up really soon. On the 28th of January, we're going to have the Pipe Master.
Unreal. And I think the Eddie is going to run this weekend. Is that correct?
I think the Eddie is also coming up soon. They're having an alert. I saw in the socials that a couple of the surfers are posting the heat draw, and also it's on a high alert.
I think Starkey would be sitting there in Hawaii thinking, I'd love to get a late invite to the Eddie. On his blue board, every year he takes his big blue board and just gets loads of big waves. I think one time he said to me, would you come to Hawaii with me? I thought, no way, I can't surf the waves you surf.
Yeah, I think Starkey is a bit of a hell man also.
He is.
So this is Vea. She's currently sitting in first place with a 7.9 total. And Gina Kim is looking for a 5.1 to replace her. So actually she's pretty comfortable there, you know, sitting in first with 15 minutes to go, but anything still can change. And also Chucky, Leanne. Sorry, my mistake there, Leanne. So Leanne is looking for a 0.30 and still waiting for score to move to her place. So here we go.
It's a replay of the last wave. I thought it was interesting. She looked like she kept walking the board right at the end. I don't know if they'll show it all the way to the end. She stepped straight off the front. I was wondering if there was an extra point for that. I don't know if they're going to show this. They replay it all the way.
You mean to kick out?
Hang on, ready? Go.
I think that's just a part of the kicking out. So, yeah, Leanne is moving into second right now. She have a 5.25 and a 1.6. Wow. Great surfing there.
Well, the 5.25 is the highest heat, the highest score of any wave in this particular heat. So, you know, a 1.6 is easily replaced.
Yeah.
And they're delivering more food. I think they gave us 4 separate meals yesterday. I just wallowed home.
You cannot say no to food.
Not the food here, it's fantastic. And thanks to our sponsors who are supplying all the food. So there's Antoinette in the blue there. Bringing that wave all the way through to the middle, to the inside, I'm sorry. And what will she do in here? Okay, there you go. Okay, 13.5 minutes remaining. And we'll see what that score was for the surfer in blue. You do much longboarding, Tippy?
I used to, you know, the funny thing about what I do before, I was like promoting surfing a lot, and we're trying to develop surfing in Indo, so I have to surf in a couple of the events just because there's only 3 of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So here we go. This is Leanne. She's currently sitting in 2nd position. Nice surfing there from Leanne. Just kicking out on that one.
We're getting caught inside as well. So V is still in the lead. She's still holding a 7.9. Oh no. Okay, Leanne has now moved to the lead with a 3.30. So they'll be very happy.
Yeah. So a big shout to Neil, also Neil McDonald in Taiwan. He's always big part of our support whenever we all traveling to Taiwan, making sure that we all having like a good time, taking care of us, and also he have also a Balinese son-in-law now. So big shout also to Mega, having the baby there with Rebecca. So here we go, a replay of Leanne.
So Mega's living there now in Taiwan, is he?
No, I think they're just visiting, you know. If I'm not wrong, they were there, but and also Neil was in Bali for a little bit of the ceremony of their first grandchild. So it's good to see, you know, like the family are pushing and supporting the kids surfing, you know, investing on their kids. It's not only because of it's for now, but it's also for the future, you know, because you cannot just put a seed and expect to harvest it. You know, like if you put a mango
you've got
tree,
to cultivate it.
Yeah.
You've got to water it. You've got
Yeah.
to do the whole thing. Yeah, look,
So-
it's great, and it's
Yeah.
you know nothing better than generational surfers. You know,
Yeah.
part of the same family. You know, I dragged my daughter out when she was very, very young, and she lost a little bit of love for the surf, and she doesn't surf. And hello, Lily, I love you, but yeah, she's not a super keen surfer now. Now she seems to have moved on. She's playing that guitar every day, which I'm just happy there's a
Something,
focus
yeah.
somewhere, and it's not just the phone or the computer. You know.
Yeah, playing guitar is a great thing. I play guitar, you know, so not because I'm a good guitar player, but I just love to do something, you know, like music is a big part of my family. I used to be on a band with my brother. My father is also a musician. They're also a painter, so there's a interesting background from all of us, you know. Because
Your father's
Indonesian. He's from Java.
He's from Java. isn't
Yeah,
he?
and
Okay,
my mom, she's Austrian, but the kids were born in Bali, and I have to say we're more from Bali, you know, more rather than anything. But we're not Balinese, but I have to say I'm from Bali, and I'm representing Indonesia as a country.
I think of you as a Bali dude, that's for sure. So your mother's Austrian. Where from in Austria? Do you remember?
From small village called Obda, you know, it's not far from Graz.
Okay.
Yeah, so-
my wife's family is from Austria as well, from a town called Jenbach, which is in the Tyrol.
Oh, in Tyrol, that's in the mountain, yeah.
It's in the mountain area, yeah.
Yeah, but every person from Austria, they are mountain people because Austria is pretty high up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I've been there a few times, visited them, been skiing there.
Yeah,
I
nice,
love
yeah.
Austria.
Yeah.
A shout out to Sykesy, my friend that lives in Almau, which is in the mountains near Kitzbühel.
Kitzbühel, yeah.
And the snow is pumping there at the moment. He sent me some photos yesterday.
Wow.
But for me, give me surfing. I don't like the
know.
cold.
Yeah, I don't know. Even though I'm half Austrian, I'm not connected to the mountain. You know, one day I went there and I was like, wow, I cannot. You know, I'm not belong there. I'm belonging to the ocean.
No, you're an island boy. You get dehydrated when you get away from the ocean.
So this is Antoinette Valdez, just a short ride there with 8 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Leanne still in the first place. Uvea Estrelado still in second. Antoinette is still looking for a 4.8, and Gina Kim, a bit of a sleepy heat there from Gina here.
There she is, but she's looking a little deep on that one.
Yeah, so Gina is looking for a 5.1 right there. So Gina is the surfer from Korea. One thing for sure that I think she based also in Bali a little bit, you know. A lot of Korean are based in Bali, surfing the beach break at halfway. And a lot of surfers from Korea, they coming from this beach called Nyangyang or Seoul and drive to Nyangyang, or even from Busan, or even from the island of Jeju.
Have you been to Korea?
Yeah, I surf Korea. I surf Jeju Island. It's pretty fun. And I surf Nyangyang. I think that's the capital of these days of
Did you
for
go
surfing.
there on a vacation, or you went there for an event?
I just go there for work.
Okay.
I'm doing some photo for some shooting, and then I saw there's wave, and I said like I want to go surf. So I borrowed a board there.
Okay, and what's the the water conditions? Is it cold water, warm water? I do know very little about Korean surfing.
Yeah, so this is Leanne up and riding. So if you're talking about the water around Asia, La Union like this is pretty much what we call the most, I don't know, this is the water temperature that we're looking for. It's not too hot, not too cold. But when we go to Korea, I only have a vest, and I almost
Froze to death?
Froze to death. What is
hypothermia?
Hypothermia. And like the locals said, are you crazy surfing with a wetsuit here? That was in November.
Oh, wow. I'm a big fan of warm water, I have to admit.
Yeah, but we got like a couple good waves there, and it's worth it. I went in, take a hot shower, and then it's worth it, yeah.
And is it established, the surf scene in Korea? I mean, could you go there on a surf holiday and there's information, there's a lot of surfers. What's the deal there?
Surfing in Korea is a big movement.
Really?
It's a big movement. You think Philippines is, Philippines is a surfing destination internationally. You don't have to do anything. The wave is there. But in Korea, I think the government, they create all this infrastructure. It's a nice road. The hotel is nice, but they're not creating that for surfing. They're there just for, it's Korea. Everything is so advanced. So if you're talking about the surf spot, this and that, they're all reachable until the car park and there's a wave in front of you. That's it's just like in Australia.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's just more as beach resorts, and surfing is a secondary thing that will get big.
Surfing is really big there, I have to say. They have a wave pool now.
I have heard about that. Where do they get their swell from? The same swell that we're getting here?
Their swell is a little bit the one that came from the Japan Sea. So it's not the open ocean. So it's a bit of a like those short period. Yeah.
Okay.
Like the one they have in South China Sea. So they call it from Japan Sea, but they can get really, really fun.
Okay, interesting.
So this one with just a little over 5 minutes to go. This is Antoinette trying to get a 4.8. Is this a number that she can get on this one?
Yeah, the wave looks a little sleepy at this stage. No, she's realised she's wasting her time on that one.
Here we go.
Vea sitting in second place. Not comfortable there, but sitting in second place. It's better than sitting in third place, and this is a better wave than the previous one from Antoinette.
Yeah, because if you see the numbers there, Antoinette need a 4.8 and also Gina need a 5.1. Their best score is only a 3 and a 2, so it's a big call, to get that number.
Yeah, well, I see Gina has priority, so I wonder if she's going to sit out the back, wait for that set, knowing that she needs a score that she hasn't achieved so far. So
yeah,
You know, I suspect that's a strategy. Sit out the back and wait for that proper wave because they don't seem to be getting the scores on the smaller waves.
Yeah. So this is an amazing view also from the drone here. You can see. Here's a replay of Antoinette. What an amazing, I have to say, this is a great job from the UPSA crew, you know, bringing this event, collaboration with, you know, the government. And then, you know, bringing a WSL event in La Union is also a big, it's a big works that have been done with from everybody. It's not a one-man show.
No, it isn't a one-man show. And
Yeah.
so far, there's been no glitches. I mean, this is running super smooth for a first-time event. It's really, really well done.
Yeah. Ooh, situation changed actually,
Wow.
Jerry. So Lasova Via is a 4.9. So that moved her into first. And Leanne right now is looking for 3.65 to put her in the first again. So there's another score coming from Leanne. So we will see if that's going to be enough for her.
3 minutes remaining, getting exciting here at the end.
Yeah. So Gina Kim, Antoinette Valdez, you girls need a numbers in the range of a high 5. So this is Gina Kim. Nice hang 5 there, another cross steps there. Can she hold on this one and find another section? She's surfing with a lot of grace there, so she's ticking one of the box of the judging criteria. Can she finish this one? 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
Finished it in the shallows.
Yeah, got to be careful with Mari Pang Pang.
What's Marty Pang Pang?
That's what Luke said. That's the sea urchin.
Oh, the sea urchin.
Yeah.
Yes, I've had a few of them in my feed over the years.
Oh, that's not something that I would like to have.
It's an absolute delicacy here as well. I mean,
yeah, we eat them also in Indo, and they're also big in Japan. They call them uni. Uni, yeah.
Uni.
2 minutes to go. Oh, looks like there's a bit of a back and forth with red and white. So now Leanne is moving into first again with a 4. Her last score is a 3.8. So now Via is looking for 4.16. So a bit of interesting on first and second here, Jerry.
Absolutely, yeah.
This is what we look. This is what we are always looking for in the competition. We want to see a battle, you know.
Fighting it out at the top.
Yeah, we don't want to like see it like too easy for one side.
And there've been a few lopsided heats so far, but this one obviously. And here's Via. Just she wants it back. She needs a 4.16. And, you know, I think most people think, well, it doesn't matter first and second go through, and that is the important thing. But, you know, relative to the draw, if you get first, you end up having a slightly easier draw in the next heat.
That's true. Because if you are first, that means you're going to end up with one person that, you know, getting first in the other heat, but 2 person that are seconds. But if you finish second, you're going to have two girls that are finished first, and usually they are the better surfer.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So it seems to sound the same, but it doesn't, you know.
No,
it
yeah.
isn't. So it is important, to, you know, to take the win. Plus, you know, for your pride, for whatever, you know, I came first in that heat. Seems to be a lot of people out there at the moment.
It is. Okay, because it's 30 seconds to go and all this.
Tim, we've got Tim Haynes sitting out there as well.
Yeah, it seems like an odd number, but Tim Haynes is bringing that numbers into the.
He's the least attractive surfer out there at the moment. Okay, well that's interesting. That's finished there. Our clock still says 14 seconds to go, but I gather they know what they're doing down there. So that's our 2 surfer in red and surfer in white heading through to the next heat.
So congratulations to red and white. So we'll be back after these short messages.
Hello and welcome back to La Union International. This is Heat 4, round of 16 action, women's US. This is Dea Navatsari in the green jersey, up against Daisy Narita from the Philippines in white, Kade Inui from Japan in the blue, and Hiroka Yoshikawa in the red is our top seed.
How does that work? The red is always the top seed, just for the people out there?
At least in the early rounds, yep.
And then it makes no difference in the later rounds, or the winner of a previous heat will always be in red?
No, it's not always changed, but, you know, you can be coming from different sides of the draw, and, yeah, first and second in a four-person heat switches up where you go and that kind of thing, so, yeah.
Also, Dee's got a pretty decent score for a first wave.
A decent, I see what you did there. That was quite good, Jerry.
Very good, very clever.
Yeah.
Thanks, mate.
I've been impressed by this. I think this is a great wave for longboarding.
It's epic. It's epic. It's clean. It's long. It's got everything they need. You know, the timing's perfect. The shortboard finished. It's slightly small, but look at that. That's just unreal. Yeah, she just surfed straight off the screen then.
Okay, so this is Hiroka Yoshikawa. There's a huge crowd in attendance on the beach as well. It's Saturday morning, and yeah, mad numbers. The surf schools are going crazy.
It's a busy place, isn't it?
Deeper into the bay. The social media would be melting down because there is TikToking and Instagramming like you've never seen before.
My daughter would be in her element TikToking down on the beach here.
There are drones whizzing around all over the place. And we've got the best longboarders in Asia going for it at a fantastic and very friendly longboarding point break.
And as far as this is concerned, it's the first women's longboarding WSL event they've ever had here. They did have a men's quite some time ago, 10 or more years ago, which was down in Mindanao. They had the top longboarders there at that stage. Ran off the back of a WSL event in Siargao. I can't remember exactly the year.
So, Jerry, you've been to La Union quite a bit out, you know, just as a resident in the Philippines. Come over here occasionally?
No, I've been, this is my third trip here. I came here about 15 years ago and it was much sleepier. We just came here for a couple of days and checked it out. I was with my wife and I think my daughter was 1 year old, and we came and saw Luke and stayed with him. But I was here for a week or so last year during the backside of COVID, and there was no one here. And I loved it. You know, it was super quiet. It was really nice. I certainly have heard about it in all my years in the Philippines because I've known Luke for a long time, and this is where people generally always came. But I don't have a vast experience of the area, so and I didn't do the research on that question you asked me yesterday, so I'm hoping you're not going to ask me that again.
Oh, I'm just kind of wondering, you know, this point break, it looks like a lot of fun. I think it's a lot of fun, but it's sort of drowning under the weight of competitors at the moment, so I haven't been able to sink my teeth into too many waves in the free surf, but I'm just wondering if you come at other times
No, so all I did was surf the beach break up there the last time I was here. I actually, you know, I probably should admit it, I haven't surfed the point here. You know, it's the same as places like Cloud9 and Cronulla Point. You get a bit older and you get a little less confident with the crowd, and, you know, so I just stick to the beach. If I can slip up the beach break and surf on my own, I'd actually rather do that. And I've seen many photos of this place. It's not a heavy joint like, you know, some other reef breaks. It just is super fun looking. And I know there's some other pretty good points around as well. Can't remember what it's called, but there's a cement factory a few kilometres away here to the north, and there's a really good right-hander there. There's a couple of waves to the south. I mean, this coast is on fire at the moment, all the way up to Pagudpud, places like that, which is right in the north. There's just waves everywhere along here.
All right, this is Kade Inui flying down the line and going down. Opening score for Hiroka Yoshikawa was a 6.25, puts her into the lead. Dea Navatsari has a 4.25 and a 1.9 to sit in second, and this is Kade, who's got a 2.5 and she's going to add a second score to that any moment now.
So we're planning on finishing rounds one of the men's and the women's today. Is that the plan for today?
Yep, so this is the last heat of of the women's. And then we're going to roll on into 8 heats of the men's longboarding. And that's going to be it for the day.
So given that we've got 16 competitors in the women's, we'll have whittled it down to 8. So we'll be man on man after that, I'm assuming. I believe that's the way it's going to go. So
yeah, so we've just had 4 heats of 4 surfers in the water, and then straight into the quarterfinals, which will be surfer on surfer.
Okay. And is that what we say these days, surfer on surfer? Do we not say man on man anymore?
Well, you could say woman on woman, I guess.
Yeah, I just don't want to get it wrong, you know, have someone texting me and tell me that I've offended anyone. I don't really want to do that. Oh, pretty shallow there.
Yeah, the dismount was slightly ungainly, but not to worry. Daya has picked up a 1.9, go with her 4.25. She's in the lead. Okay, we've got some noise coming from the beach. So Daisy Narita, the local, is in action, and the Filipino crowd is reacting.
Daisy actually already surfed today in the shortboard. I think she
did. Look at this thing running. Length of ride. And,
she's still going. She's still going. Toes on the nose. Yeah, she's super popular. Super popular.
Where's Daisy from?
Daisy's from here. Daisy's from here, and her husband Jeff is from here. They have a surf school, a very popular, probably the most popular surf school here.
Which is saying something, because there's about 400 surf schools here.
Yeah, no, they do very well. She's a great girl. She spent a lot of time in Siargao with her husband Jeff, Jeff De La Torre. So they're very well known identities in the surfing world here in the Philippines.
They're delivering us more food.
That's our 3rd lot of food today. It must be almost 10 o'clock, I guess.
It's out of control.
I haven't even eaten the last lot of food.
Okay, here goes Kahid Anui. Blue vest, red board.
So I'm not sure, but we had an Anui in either the last heat or the heat before. So there must be some family out there possibly.
Yeah, I'd assume so.
16 minutes, 30 seconds. 16 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Oh, that's nice. Someone just handed me a fresh, cold coconut to drink. Straw coming straight out of it.
What's the Tagalog word for coconut?
Buko, that would be a buko juice. Now, I don't know if that's Tagalog or Visayan. My understanding is of Visayan, not so much Tagalog. So in Siargao, they speak Surigaonon. In Cebu, they speak Visayan. In Manila, they speak Tagalog. So some of the words are the same. I can't remember the exact numbers, but I believe there's around 100 different dialects here in the country.
And everyone speaks English.
Everyone knows some English. And, you know, it's a fantastic place to travel, the Philippines, because all the signs are in English. You know, if you go to the bus stop, things are in English. It's super easy to travel in this country. And
provided you are English, of course.
Yes, of course, yeah. But, yeah, that's the deal. So in Siargao, I learnt a bit of the language there, but I tend to struggle once I get up here. But I do know that is a buko juice.
Okay, here goes Hiroka Yoshikawa. Great looking wave. She's got some work to do to get back out on the open face, but the beauty of the longboards is you have speed to burn. She's flying down the line. God, this is such a suited wave for longboarding. And she is out of there. So that will get rid of her 0.75 and further extend her lead for 15 minutes to go. Yeah, there's what I've been told there's 9 subjects in school and 8 of them are taught in English.
Yeah, most is in English. For a long time there, it was compulsory to have English as a subject as well. They've changed it now to have Tagalog because if you're in the south and you're not speaking the language of the country, then you can't come to Manila and really communicate. So they've dropped a lot of the English in the provinces, and they've got Tagalog now as a language. So, you know, it's very important to learn. It's more important to learn the language of your country than it is to learn the language of another country, albeit that it's very important to learn English, I think, as well. But, yeah, I mean, the schools, English, the kids speak English, the old people speak, everyone speaks some English.
Okay, last score for Hiroka comes in at a 5. So, yep, well and truly comfortably out in the lead, and then 1 point separating second, third and fourth at the moment. 14 minutes to run. Yeah, it's a fascinating country. Portuguese history, Spanish history.
American history.
American history.
Malay. Yeah, no, it's a real mixing pot, this one. Chinese, of course. I have a very good friend, Cheeto Lim, and Cheeto lives down there in Siargao, and I know I keep harping on about Siargao, but that's what I know. And Cheeto, because his last name is Lim, they constantly call him Chinese. You know, I think he's about 10 generations in, but he's the Chinese guy. So, hey Cheeto, I hope you're listening.
Yeah, well, we are on pretty much exactly the same latitude as Hainan Island in China, which a lot of us will have been to before for longboarding and QS events. Just on the other side of the Philippine Sea. It's amazing how much swell action there is in this little corner of the ocean.
Oh,
from Taiwan, well, you start from Japan in the north and then down to Taiwan, Hainan, keeps going down to Malaysia and Thailand.
Correct.
Back
yeah.
this way to the Philippines. It's
Yeah, no, it spreads out all the way through the South China Sea, and I was mentioning yesterday, I don't think it was to you, I flew over Malaysia one day, and we couldn't land in Singapore. We went back up the coast. We flew to the north, and I watched 20 or 30 points. I kept thinking, how do I get back there? Because the surf was pumping through to the Malaysian east coast. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing.
What about Vietnam? Have you explored around there at all?
I haven't, but I do know people that live there and surf there. I haven't managed to get there at this stage.
Well, anyone who's seen Apocalypse Now would know that you can surf there.
Well, that's right, but they did that surfing here in La Union.
Did they really?
Or no, Belair on the other coast. So that surfing was not taken in Vietnam, was done in Belair.
You learn something every day.
There you go. Famous for that, what is it, Charlie Doesn't Surf? Or
Charlie Don't Surf.
Yeah. So that was that footage was all taken here in the Philippines. The surfing footage was all here in the Philippines.
And Luke Landrigan was talking before. He's just gone to pick up the trophies for this event. They are the fantastic local buses.
Jeepney.
Yeah, run us.
Jeepney, yeah.
What's going on with those there for
They were
viewers who don't know what we're talking about? They're sort of
so
vintage old buses.
They're Jeeps. What they are Jeeps that have been extended. And the story is that they were left here after the war, after the Second World War, all the US ex-army Jeeps. So what they did was they extended them, turned them into public buses, and now they obviously manufacture brand new ones, but they still look the same as they did in the 50s and 60s. And, when you go to Manila, you just see all these super cool, crazily painted jeepneys driving around, stopping, picking people up, 20 pesos to go here, 20 pesos to go there. And so the trophies have little replica jeepneys on top of them. They look super cool, and they're really unique, the trophies.
Speaking of super cool, Hiroko Yoshikawa is absolutely tying one together right now. This is a great wave for the Japanese surfer.
Yeah,
length of ride as well. She's kicking out way down, not quite to the surf schools, but a long way into the bay. That's one of the longest waves we've seen ridden, and she threw in plenty of flair from start to finish, so that'll be a decent number as well.
Yeah, she's on fire. She's actually head and shoulders above the others, although Daisy has that 5.25 as well.
So the jeepneys, how does it work with the drivers? Do they do the art on the buses?
No, I think in the old days they did, but now that they'll get manufactured plain and they'll choose what they want to put on. Sometimes you see pictures of Rambo or some crazy stuff you see. Sometimes it's pictures of the driver's family or the owner's family. None of them are the same. And
a lot of motivational slogans across the front.
Yeah,
Choose life and that kind
exactly.
of stuff.
Religious things as well. And the funny thing is you can be in the jeepney and you want to get off. And you don't ring a bell, you just do a kiss. Or and the driver can hear you through the traffic, puts the brakes on. But if you were to sing out oi or whistle, he would never know what you're doing. Yeah, the jeepneys are fun. It's worthwhile going to Manila and just getting in a jeepney and going somewhere. People are super friendly in them too. They'll always want to have a chat, particularly if you're a foreigner. Yeah, jeepneys are fun. When we first came to the country, myself and my wife, we would purposely travel jeepneys everywhere.
Whoa, you're right. A lot of noise from the beach. That means Daisy Narita is in action. Gets up to the nose, and then things stand up, and she goes down hard. But that draws even more of a reaction from the crowd. 9 minutes to go. Last wave for Hiroko Yoshikawa was a 6.25. That's her best. Extends a 6.3 is her best. I'm not sure which one's which. That might have been the 6.3 actually.
Yeah, so one of the judges gave her a 7 actually for that wave.
So she's comfortably out in the lead. Daisy Narita, a 7.3, her requirement for first. Cade Anui needs a 4.56. And Daya Navatsari needs a 4.66.
Blue, you need a 4.56. And there goes blue.
So 8.5 minutes remaining. This is the last heat of the women's. That's Cade there, our Japanese competitor. See what she can do on the inside section. Well, there's kind of a shortboard manoeuvre. Little floater. Again, I'm not really up on how they score the longboarding. I'm a bit of an amateur there.
Well, there's been a big swing in the criteria over the last few years. Guys like Devon Howard, who came on board as the longboard commissioner, with a lot of help from Woolhaden Smith at the WSL, reverting to placing more emphasis on the traditional style of longboarding. There was a bit of an argument that longboarding was turning into a more modern version of itself, with sort of re-entries and floaters and
more
carves.
shortboardish.
And yeah, just kind of looking like shortboarding on longer boards. And there's been a big push over the last few years to, you know, more highly reward nose rides like we're seeing right now from Hiroka. A lot of style. The drop knee cut back is a great, and the switch drop knee, you know. And Hiroka right now, look at that, there's the drop knee turn I was just talking about. Beautifully placed in the critical part of the wave. And it's seen a lot of the cool kids, if you will, make a return to longboarding. We saw Harrison Roach win a world title last year. We've seen Joel Tudor win a world title. Of course, he won a bunch years and years ago.
When I think of longboarding, that's who I think of.
Yeah, and then kind of walked away because he didn't quite agree with the criteria. We saw Justin Quintal take a great win in Taiwan a couple of years ago. And then, you know, on the ladies' side of the draw, there's been a real renaissance. Girls, women like Honolulu Blomfield, Soleil Errico, Elise Lemoine, and Chloe Camon have all been really upping the level on the ladies' side of things. And I tell you what, Hiroko Yoshikawa,
she's
is really putting herself in the mix.
Yeah, we hear the cheering and we know Daisy's doing something down there. Well, there it is. So we missed the start of that one. We'll probably get to see the end of it. Daisy is a really good shortboarder too, and has been the forefront of women surfing in this country since it started. She's got a lovely daughter now also who's surfing in the shortboards.
Wow, the crowd is going bananas underneath us. Cade Inui, her last wave came in at a 5, so she's moved into second. Daisy's now chasing a 4.1, and Daya is chasing a 5.1 with just over 5 minutes to go. And score coming in for Daisy's looking like it's going to do the job. There it is. A 6.9 puts her up into second. Here goes Hiroko once again up on the nose. She's, her style's fantastic, just doing it effortlessly down the line.
Well, the crowd's pretty happy about Daisy's last score, which is the highest score of the heat so far, a 6.9. Go the local.
All right, run us through the replay.
Okay, she's standing up. Okay, she's made the 6. Oh, okay. Oh, that's the reason. There you go. Go Daisy. I'm better for comic relief than actually calling the wave. So plenty of cross-stepping, long wave, toes on the nose. Daisy knows what she's doing. It would be amazing if she could make the final of this and make the final of the shortboard as well.
Yeah, well, she's well on track for a quarterfinal berth. Getting the hang 10 early, and then a couple of...
Where do you think all the points came from? The hang 10, that was the
hang
major
10 was,
manoeuvre there?
The hang 10 was great at the start. It was the wave was a lot bigger, so it was a lot more critical, and the judges will definitely have rewarded that.
no points for length of ride in the longboarding?
No, I don't think there's any points for length of ride in any form of surfing.
In the old days, that was one of the criteria, but obviously not anymore.
Yep.
I'm talking the real old days.
Yeah, they used to count turns and all that kind of stuff
Yeah.
once upon a time. I remember Mark Ocalupo talking famously about the first time his parents came to watch him surf and they thought it was a race back to the beach.
Ockie from Kernell, right there near Cronulla.
Yeah.
Local boy.
Cronulla's second most famous goofy footer after yourself.
Yeah.
What's with Cronulla producing goofy footers?
I don't know, but they all seem to be. I mean, we had Jim Banks to start with, then Ockie and Gary Green, Connor O'Leary, Dog Marsh.
Jarvis Earl.
Jarvis Earl. I mean, Jarvis Earl is the latest hero, although Connor, of course, you know, we're rooting for Connor. You reckon
2.5
she's
minutes to
probably
go,
not
so Cade is looking for 7.15 and Daya is looking for 7.9. Yeah, minor score coming in for Daisy Narita. That's a 3.33.
Yeah, Andy King. A shout out to Andy King. I love that guy. Nicest guy on the planet as far as I'm concerned. And he's, except for me, you're saying, he's just secretly saying except for me.
2 minutes.
He was coaching Gabriel Medina, actually. He coached Gabriel to a world title. Is that not right?
It was. That was in the 2021 COVID year where we had the 4-event Aussie leg, the Aussie Quaddie, as they were calling it. Yeah, it's an interesting one. It'd be quite easy to say, well, I reckon I could coach Gabriel Medina to a world title.
Yeah. Well, I could say that too, but, you know, I know Andy did what he did, and I think Gabriel loved him for it.
Yeah, it was a happy Gabby that year. He was travelling with his then wife and Kingy. They were kind of a tight three-pack at every event. And, you know, Gabby forever had been sort of the dark prince who just, you know, 1,000-yard stare and crushed, killed, destroyed his competitors at every opportunity. And then all of a sudden he came out and he was happy and he was smiling and he was relaxed. And he absolutely crushed everyone for the world title that year. And, yeah.
And it was all due to Kingy.
Possibly. Yeah. I mean, you know, you're coaching Gabriel Medina. 90% of it's your on-land stuff. You're not telling Gabby how to do
It's a mental
cutback.
game as well, you know, and I think that's where Kingy is a champ.
Okay, Hiroko Yoshikawa, nothing to worry about right now. She'll make her way into the beach and through to the quarterfinals. A 6.3 and a 6.25, her winning total. Daisy Narita looking like she'll be joining her, but Daya Novatasari having a crack right now, and the body language suggests she knows that this one is over. Cade Inui has priority, needs a 7.15. She's got 15 seconds to try and track that score down. Looking at the horizon, that ain't going to happen.
No.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So Cade Inui is eliminated, but we're going to see, I think, her brother Taka Inui in action in the next heat.
3, 2, 1.
So we've got Taka. International Pro. We've just wrapped up round 1 of the women's longboarding side of the event, and we are now rolling on into the men's round 1. One of the round of 32. Chris Binns in the booth, joined by Georgie May Hicks, who you surfed yesterday, Georgie?
Yes, I did. Waves were really, really fun. Got most of the girls' heats done and the men's. It was a long day, but yeah, really fun. And now the conditions look really good for longboarding, so I'm very excited to watch.
Yeah, it looks pretty really well suited out there. The yesterday you got through your heat. I think you came second.
Yes.
How'd you find the conditions?
Yeah, it was pretty tricky, just because it was a lot smaller than some of the free surfs I've been doing, but still really fun, rippable, and I was able to find the ones that kind of stood up and rolled down, and yeah, got 2 waves and made it through, and yeah, I'm excited for my next round.
Yeah, it looks like there's a big dose of swell headed our way towards the back end of the forecast. Is that a pretty decent incentive to try and make a few more heats?
Oh yeah, that's motivation right there, especially because I can kind of get a gauge of what it might be like, this lineup, when it gets a bit bigger, especially wrapping around the point. So yeah, that's a huge motivation for me to keep getting through the rounds and to just surf the wave with no one out, basically.
And is this your first time in the Philippines?
I was in Siargao for the event. I had a blast. It was so much fun. So this will be my second time, first time in La Union, and I'm loving it. Waves are fun, food's good, the people are lovely, the beaches are all clean and nice, and yeah.
And who are you travelling with for this event?
I'm traveling with my dad, partner in crime. Yeah, my coach. Yeah, we go together to most of the events. Yeah, it's really fun.
So you live in Bali?
Yeah, I live in Bali. I've lived there for around 10 years now in Canggu.
All right, this is Marvin Doctolero, who's our surfer in blue. He's currently sitting in second with a 2.5. Gets up to the nose, hangs 10. I'm really excited to see what the men bring to the point break. The onshore's just come in, but it's only light. That's not going to affect performances one little bit. As we see Marvin working his way down the line and wraps things up with a bit of a floater and gets a decent response from the Filipino crowd. Nothing like we saw Daisy Narita getting in the last heat. She's a favourite from right here in La Union. And you surf under the English flag?
Yes. Yeah, I do. It's kind of a weird mix. I have an Aussie accent. I was born in England, moved to Australia, now living in Bali. And the accent kind of stuck with me. But yeah, representing England.
You don't have the weird international school accent yet, like most of the Canggu kids, so that's that's a result.
Yeah, definitely.
And is your mum English as well?
Yeah, my mum's English as well, so yeah, fully English.
But competing in the Asian region, a bit like Kian Martin, he surfs under the Swedish flag but competes in the Asian region. You're allowed to do that.
Yeah.
You pick the region you want to compete in. It doesn't matter what your nationality is. And so, yeah, why not? Do you ever go back and surf in England?
I do. I was there just before the World Juniors, and I got to surf a bit in Newquay and kind of all around Cornwall. And yeah, it was really fun. And there's some serious longboard talent there. Some of my teammates, Arthur, Lola, Ben Skinner, the whole Skinner family, they are amazing longboarders. And
yeah, Skin Dog's a legend.
Oh,
too.
he's such a legend.
What a great guy.
Yeah.
A couple of decent wave pools in the UK as well. Of course, Surf Snowdonia in Wales, and then there's a wave garden in Bristol as well.
Yes.
It's just called The Wave.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to go there with the team. Have a trip there. It was really fun, that wave pool. Really fun.
Have they got rid of the booties rule there yet? Or do you still have to wear booties?
No, but they try to make me wear a helmet. And I was like, no.
I almost got in a fight with one of the lifeguards the time I surfed in that Bristol pool because I just did not want to wear booties, and he was telling me that I had to because the bottom was slippery.
Oh.
And
yeah, I think they've gotten rid of that rule.
Yeah, this was in the very early days.
Yeah.
I was a little bit stroppy, but anyway. All right, last score came in for Marvin at a 4, so pair that with a 2.5, and he is in the lead. Benito Narita from the Philippines has a 4.5, so that's the best wave of the heat. Here goes Marvin once again, gets the 5 up to the nose, and some strong cross-stepping, which the judges like to see. Working his way down the line. Nice bit of a soul arch. And gets back up to the nose once again. Really locks the toes over the end, does it nicely. Oh, the switch turn, love that. And I think the judges might as well. So, oh, he's not done yet either. Gets a 4th hang 5. We've seen a switch cut back as well. That's going to be a decent number for Marvin Doctolero. Great name from right here in the Philippines. Do you ever ride a longboard, Georgie?
Oh my God, no. But I applaud everyone who does. It looks, it's difficult, but these guys and the girls definitely putting on a show.
Oh, that's us.
Hello. Yeah, it's just really gracious to watch, and yeah, just really cool, and yeah.
It's a completely different realm. I mean,
exactly.
We surf Canggu the whole time at Echo Beach, but then you just go 800 metres down the beach to Batu Belong. And it is a whole new world out there. All right, last score comes in for Marvin Doctolero at a 5.4, so that is the best wave of the heat. Taka Inui yet to open his account, but that's about to change right now. So Red is up and riding. Hopefully we can catch up with him at some point.
Yeah, that was a
there
great
he goes.
wave. Oh, here we go.
So I'm not sure what Taka got up to at the start of that wave, but it was a good-looking set when he paddled into it. And that will be the first score for the surfer in red. So what's your plan after this event? What's on the calendar for the first quarter of 2023?
Looking to do a few trips here and there around Indo. Obviously, a few more QSs and trying to re-qualify for the World Junior Championships, and hopefully head back over to Europe and do some comps there and get involved in the UK. Yeah, it's looking like a really fun first half of the year, especially starting here in La Union. So I'm very excited for the year ahead, for sure.
So were you just in California?
No, I was in for the ISA.
Ah, gotcha.
Last year in May.
Right.
Yep.
All right, 15:40 to go. Last score for Taka Inui comes in at a 4.15. So it is Marvin Doctolero out in the lead with a 5.5 and a 5.4 and a 4. And Benito and Taka yet to add a second score to their total. Once they do, this is going to be a pretty tight tussle with 15 minutes to go. And here is Benito Narita. Decent sized set wave, but not liking the looks of it. One little hang 5, and he is out of there. Have you found the crowd in the free surfs? It's tough going with the longboarders and all the QS crew in town.
Oh yeah, it's tough. I'm not gonna lie, especially with the longboarders. They can just paddle onto everything, and that's why I think it's so cool. And I just wish I could longboard as well, so I could just paddle onto everything. But nah, just been finding a few and getting the practice in the early mornings. Oh, here we go, up and riding Red. Oh, nice hang 10 here. He's got a section, hits it. Wow, that was really cool.
Oh, had to work hard to pull out of that one. Gets the inside reform. Nice little hang 5, cross-stepping. That's pretty critical, and unfortunately goes down. He is out of there. But that will be Taka's second score and should be enough to put him definitely into second. Not sure about the lead. Here goes our heat leader, Marvin Doctolero.
Wow.
Well, Takanui's last wave came in at a 5.5, so that does put him into the lead.
Just amazing how they can hit this section with such a big board. It's so cool.
Yeah, so much speed to burn. That's not a competitor in the top of the screen. That is ASC photographer Tim Hain, who's floating around in the lineup, getting all the shots. I mean, we've got our co-commentators John Carby and Jerry Deegan here, who've spent years and years and years in the Philippines, but Tim Hain is Mr. Philippines. He lives in Indonesia, but he knows absolutely everything about this country. I'm not sure how many thousand times he's been here, but this is his domain. You didn't compete in the Southeast Asian Games when they were here a couple of years ago?
No, I didn't. I wish I did, though. Didn't Oni won that event, didn't he?
Oni won that, yeah. Rio Wider competed in it as well.
Oh, yeah, Rio. Looks like an amazing event, but I'm definitely very excited for the next few trips. Hopefully a lot more QSs here in the Philippines, because it's been, I mean, amazing waves, Siargao, La Union, amazing people. So looking forward to the next few trips for sure.
How did you go in the Cloud9 event?
Cloud9, I think I got to round of 16. Pretty tricky, pretty slabby, right hand just tube. So backside is pretty difficult, and it was really tricky in the warm-up surfs. I think I lost by like 0.5, but lots of learning. Didn't get the best result, but learnt a lot from that heat. Yeah.
Oh, it'd be great just to surf it with a couple of other people.
Was pretty amazing. Had Tim there getting all the shots in the corner.
And did you surf lots of other waves as well?
Yeah, we went out on a boat trip, surfed some secret waves actually. I don't even know the names of them, they wouldn't tell us, but they were really fun. Yeah, I really enjoyed my time there.
All right, last score for Marvin Doctolero, a 3.85. Doesn't go into his top two, so with 11.5 minutes to run. Taka Inui is in the lead with a 5.5 and a 4.15. Marvin is chasing a 4.26 for the win. Benito Narita has priority. He's on the hunt for a 4.91 to get up to second. A 5.15 would give him the lead. And priority is with the local surfer in the white jersey. Up next, Rainy Ventura, Rico Dumaguin, Dean Pamana and Teddy Coniade. And I think there are 8 heats in the men's round of 32, and then we'll be done considerably earlier today than we were yesterday. It was a big day yesterday. But yeah, the forecast looks like we might be in for a few sleepy days before finishing things up with a bang towards the back end of the window. So you're travelling with your dad, but there's a big Indonesian contingent in town. Obviously you're mates with all of them.
Yeah, got Kailani, Jazz, Suri, all from the same board rider club, and obviously Dea, who's in the longboarding event as well, from Bali. Big Bali crew, all very supportive of each other, all always surfing together out in the lineup together. So it's nice to have a sense of familiarity when you're traveling, and good crew.
So Rio Wider, the first Indonesian to qualify for the CT on the men's side of the draw. But go out on a limb. Who's the first Indonesian woman who could qualify, do you think?
Ooh. I mean, Kailani's been ripping. She's got an insane backhand, I think, and a very good competitor as well, and she works extremely hard. And there's a lot of up-and-coming talent as well. Here we go, white paddling.
Yeah, this is Benito Narita. Oh, had to dig that one out, did it very nicely. Loses a bit of speed, but he still found himself back out on the open face once again. Just those big 6-kilo logs just keep momentum from start to finish. There's none of the pumping or Huntington hops that the shortboarders require.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I've been trying to bridge the gap. I've just been surfing a big fat 20 the whole time I've been here.
Probably, I wish I had a fun session on twin fin. I wish I brought a twin fin with me. But you know, it's kind of a wave you can kind of surf any board with, really. It works on low tide, high tide, windy, offshore. It doesn't really matter. It's just really, really fun and so rippable.
Yeah, the tide's not a massive factor here.
No.
Which is great. I guess the wave just slightly shifts up and down the beach according to what window of the tide we're in. Here is the replay of Marvin Doctolero's last wave. This came in at a 3.5. Benito's last wave was a 4.3. Goes into his top 2, but doesn't change the situation. He's still on the hunt for a 4.91. You don't ever sneak out to Batu Belong with the millions of surf coaches and assorted riffraff who were out there in their thousands.
There's a replay of red.
Okay, so I think this is just a minor score. Yep, that'll be why. Meanwhile, Marvin Doctolero's last wave was a 4.9, so that puts him back up into the lead. So Tako Nui has priority. He's looking for 4.8 for first. Benito Narita is looking for a 5.16 for second. Where are your favourite spots to surf as a goofy footer? I'm assuming the sandbar at Echo Beach?
Sandbar at Echo. Ulu is probably my favourite wave in the world. Very, very crowded, though. Anywhere in the Bukit, really. But, yeah, I'm pretty blessed to be a goofy footer living in Indonesia. Yeah, really fun.
All right, just over 5 minutes to run in this. It's been a pretty entertaining heat. Bunch of 5s and 4s. No one's really done anything to shake the judges enough to get a sort of a 6 or a 7 or even an 8. The wave's definitely there. Early rounds, I'm sure as we go deeper into the competition, surfers will be forced to lay it on the line a little bit more. Everyone's just finding their feet at the moment.
Five minutes remaining.
That is Tako Nui in the red jersey. On the screen, he's got priority, hunting a 4.8 for the win. He'd love to just drop in something way more solid than that, though, and not just take the lead, but move well and truly into it.
Yeah, all pretty similar in numbers, so anyone could take this heat in the last 4 minutes. Even in the last minute, I've seen it happen so many times. So,
and Georgie May, what have you heard about some of the other waves around here? Are you going to go exploring with your dad over the next few days?
I hope so. I've just surfed this wave. I'm hoping to surf a little beach break here. But yeah, I do not know much about the waves around here, so I would love to just explore around here and see what other kind of waves have to offer.
You pick the brains of any of the local surfers yet to find out if they've got any secret spots they could take you to?
Honestly, I think I'm going to start doing that because it's very, very crowded in the free surfs, and it looks like we may have some lay days.
A little bit of downtime.
Yeah.
Benito Narita chasing a 5.16 to get up to second, and that one is in the hands of the judges. So numbers still to come with 3.5 minutes remaining. And it comes in at a 3.3, so that doesn't help his cause. Suri Jabrick lurking around the booth with her dad Tippy. Is she one of your surfing buddies back home in Chungu?
She is, yeah. Same board riders club. We surf a bit together. I've known Suri for a very, very long time, and the whole Jabrick family.
Is that Chungu, Puranan?
Legian.
Legian.
Legian board riders. Shout out to Legian board riders back home in Bali. Yeah. Got a really solid team. Rio Whiter's in the team as well. Yeah, so shout out to everyone from Legian back home.
2 minutes, 30 seconds now. Red has priority, blue second priority, and white has third priority.
2.5 minutes to go. And this heat started off with a frenzy of activity, and it's sort of slowly, sleepily creeping towards the finish line now. There's 1.5 points between first, second and third, so it's still very much a live ball game. 2 minutes to go. Don't know if there's much out there on the horizon.
Yeah, priority with red, and white might try and sneak away and just get something because he's in third priority and needs a score. But yeah, anything can happen. Oh, here's a little one. Yeah, no takers.
Yeah, sitting in third, I'd probably be sneaking down the line because it's a long, long wave, and you're sort of getting towards last roll of the dice time. You know, what's the requirement of 5.16? That's solid, but it's not the best wave of the heat. We can see Taga Inui
standing up on his board,
jumping up on his craft to see if there's anything out on the horizon. He's probably in two minds between whether to go on the offensive or play a little bit defense and go sit on Benito. It might end up much ado about nothing.
Here we go.
All right, so Taga Inui deciding he's not interested. Lets Benito have a crack.
Wow, 5.16.
So will this be a mistake? Gets up to the nose, pulls it out. Still flying down the line, needs to get back out onto the open face. Okay, we'll need to see some turns. This one just standing up for him. Runs once again, 30 seconds to go.
Wow, that was very critical.
Yeah, gets the cross step, nice turn, and he kicks out. So,
wow.
Well, he's still running all the way. He's pretty much on the beach right now. There is no water.
And Taka right behind him.
Taka Inui, the wave behind. I really don't know why he let Benito go that one. Length of ride doesn't factor in, but that's definitely given Taka Inui, well, Benito Narita, every chance to bank some points. This one is in the hands of the judges. We might just stick with it. Handshake between the two fellas. Taka Inui was on the wave behind. And a huge number dropping in, so we didn't see Tucker's score, but he's gone and got a 7.25 for the wave we didn't see, which means, well, Benito Narita has jumped up to second, and Marvin Doctolero has gone from first to third on the back of the last set. So
last dying minutes.
All right, don't go anywhere. More action coming our way from the La Union International Pro right after this quick break.
Welcome back. Welcome back. John Kirby here on the call. Where are you going to stick with us? Georgie?
I'm going to be sticking with you guys.
Maybe you're looking forward to a career in commentary in the not-so-distant future.
Yeah, I would love to. That'd be very cool. I'm fascinated by it. I love it.
It's not a bad job sitting here and talking and watching surfing.
Traveling around the world.
Well, the only problem is you travel around with all the best surfers in the world also.
True.
So it's very hard to get that clear lineup.
Very true.
You just sort of hope there's a lot of other breaks around the actual competition site so you can go and find out where you want to surf.
Exactly. I mean, if you could do a bit of both, someone like Laura Enneber,
Oh, yeah.
that'd be pretty cool.
There you go. Go surf your heat and then come back and talk for
Yeah.
a few minutes. That's what Tippy also does.
Yeah,
Tippy Jabrick, he knows how to play the system.
definitely.
Out there in the water at the moment, in blue, we have Rico Damuguin. In red, we have Renny Ventura. In white, Diane Pramana. And in green, Teddy Kurniadi. Tricky names for me to throw out there. In blue at the moment, just about to get up and riding. Here's our surfer in blue, Rico.
Wow.
Nice little hang five. What do you think about longboarding? Being a shortboarder yourself? We were talking a little bit about it before, that you haven't actually been on a longboard.
Nah. Got thrown straight on a shortboard. But, yeah, no. Like I said, in the last heat, very, very fascinating. I applaud every single longboarder. Can't even duck dive. I don't even understand how you get out there. But, yeah, it's just so graceful and amazing to watch. Here we go, white paddling. Oh, scratching into this one.
Well, that's the joy of it too. Nice little fade takeoff there too from Surfing White. This is sort of they got a lot more time when you can paddle so far away. You got a lot more time to sort of think about what you're going to do.
Definitely.
And how you're going to do it. It still amazes me those hang fives. He almost got it just destroyed on that little inside section there. That looked a bit heavier than what it was going to be. Single fin.
Fun. Here we go, green up and riding. Oh, just falling off that one at the end there.
18 minutes and 40 seconds.
Went away from the retro style twin fins into these high performance twins, and it's a game changer, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
The speed that you can get on a twin fin and trying to understand the dynamics. Are you running the trailing fin or are you pure 20?
Pure 20.
Pure 20?
Pure 20. I mean, I should probably be riding it a bit more, but I know I get addicted to it. So I'm just riding my shortboard. But yeah, 20s are really fun.
I guess one of the interesting things about 20s is you sort of need to adjust your lines and your approach to these waves, which actually helps benefit your standard thruster surfing as well.
For sure.
You start to look at waves in a different approach. So
Draw your
what
lines
about that?
out. Definitely. Yeah. I've been told that. I got chucked on a 20, and just with the arms and the lines you draw, it's all different, and that translates into the thruster surfing.
Yeah, it's still going to be hard to get away from thruster surfing. Quads made a little attempt to get into the mix of the main. Didn't quite get there though, and 20s are doing the same sort of thing.
Yeah.
I know you can sort of sneak away, especially that 20 and trail fin setup. That's sort of what I'm on at the moment, on a nice, beautiful Mark Richards twin fin too.
Okay.
One of the funnest boards I ever had. I had a drama where I lost a fin, and I saw Chris Binns has actually got the fins in his big pink 20 that he's playing around on at the moment. You might see him on the shoulder of Mona Lisa Point, dropping in on you as you free surf out there.
Oh my God.
But yeah, let's have a look. Okay, these numbers look like they're clearing up. Out at first place at the moment, we have our surfer in blue, currently in first place, 7.25. Surfer in green in second, and red in third, and fourth is Dean Cremona. Out there with priority, looks like he's only got one wave.
Yep, 16:30 to go, and it looks like Red's actually on his backside. I think that is just next level. I mean, longboarding, backside, right-hand point. Amazing. Here we go. Green up and riding. Wow, just cross over, little hang five there.
The chat, hey, oh, there we go, a nice cross step, drop knee turn. There is so much technique that these guys can do, and that's one of the most beautiful turns. There we go, this guy, as he was just waiting, patiently waiting. Drop knee cross step turn, that was some nice technical surfing. That's one of the joyful things about longboard surfing that people don't really understand. When you get to watch it and dissect it and break it down and realize it's 100% technique. On the shortboard, it's more like the rock and roll style. You just see a section, you react.
You hit it.
You try to hit it as hard as you can and commit as hard as you can and hope everything works out and you're standing on your feet at the end of the section.
Yep.
Whereas these guys are sort of trying to think about the moves that they need to do, and then they have to actually execute the move and slide into the next one. Here's that replay. Nice little hang five. Just the speed and the cruisiness they get to get around a section too. Those boards carry so much speed. There's the standard drop knee turn. I think he actually mixes it up with a cross step drop knee turn coming up too.
Very cool.
Maybe not. I might have imagined it, but yeah, drop knee turn there. And it's a variation of just a standard little bottom turn. So many ways to adjust, tweak, and impress the judges, and these guys really know how to do it. They've moved away from the power surfing and the aggressive progression of longboarding. Some guys get out there and surf it like a shortboard. That's sort of what I try to do. And I do that poorly. I'm like you, Georgie. I just want to hop on my 6.0, and anywhere from a 6.0 to a 6.0, I'm happy to ride.
Yeah. I mean, someone I can think of right off the top of my head who just surfs it like a shortboard is Ben Skinner from the UK. He's 5th in the world at the moment, and he, oh my God, when we're out there, he hits sections like he's on a shortboard, and is doing dang 10s on the slab section, and it's crazy to watch.
It's awesome to watch, isn't it? And you wonder how they do it.
Yeah.
So there we are, Teddy out there in first place with a 4.75 and a 3.65. Coming in second place with a 3.75 and a 3.50, looking for a 4.66 to get in second place is Rico Damigan. In third place currently, looking to get himself into the mix. He's only got one wave at the moment. He's our surfer in red, so being a bit patient out there. Needing a 3.61 to get into for second place to progress at this stage, and also Dean Permana in 4th place. One wave only. He's got a 3.0, has a 4 point. Needs a 4.25. How many days have you been down here? Have you talked about this with Chris? When did you come here?
No, I haven't talked about this with Chris. I've been here for. Oh my God, I got here 2 days before the event.
Yeah, it's one of those places where time disappears.
Exactly. I mean, I haven't, except for last night at the opening ceremony. I've just been. That was the first time I put on shoes. Just been down at the beach.
Why did you wear shoes?
Surfing. Yeah, exactly. I don't even know.
This is Surftown. This is Surftown Law, and you don't have to wear shoes here. No one's going to expect anything from you like that. How was the opening ceremony?
Oh, it was unreal. The speeches were incredible. The opera singing was insane, and all the dancing and all the acts. They put a lot of time and effort into that. The food was great. It was really, really fun, and it was just so good to see everyone there, and just see how many people were there from all different parts of the world, even though they're on the Asian region, as they started calling up all the countries. So no, it was a really fun night.
Well, you're in the Asian region.
Yes.
You don't stick the textbook Asian look.
No.
It's a small world we live in now, and the world's getting smaller, especially post-COVID. You've lived in Indonesia your whole life, right?
I was born in the UK and then lived in Sydney, and the Aussie accent stuck with me.
It did, didn't it? Strong.
It did. And now I live in Bali. I've lived there for 10 years. Here we go, White up and riding.
Diane is up on his second wave.
So smooth.
He is smooth, and he's been patient. He's only looking for a 4.25. Very capable surfer of getting that number. And it looks like he's picked one of these ones that will run all the way into the bay, so he'll be looking at getting up and down that board as often as he can, using the length of the board from the tail up to the nose.
Yeah, I remember watching him every free surf. He was just on a set and just flying down the line. Very, very cool to see. So very technical, very smooth. Do you reckon he'll get the score on that one?
Well, we had a little bit of a black spot in there. I didn't see too much work going in there.
Yeah.
It's also one of those disciplines. I'm happy I'm not a judge, because there is so much to watch and take in. It comes down to the elegance of the way you get to the nose and back also, without making it look choppy and brutal. And Ty and the boys down there, they're watching this. They're experts at this. And for me, he could be around that number, maybe a little bit shy, but he just didn't get the flow of waves. Looked like it was going to start off really nice in this replay. A little bit of downtime there. He's on the nose. You've got to wait for your rail and board to be set before you can even get up to the nose. Otherwise,
otherwise you just dig right.
You just dig that nose in and you'll flip over, and there we go. Just maybe coming in a little bit shy on this one, just because of the amount of time he's putting that 5 on the nose. The judges want to see that held for a period of time, sort of going through the sections in those critical areas. But he definitely did well. It's going to be in the ballpark figure, I think. What's he looking for? He's looking for a
5.5 to first.
No, there he is. So he's got the score he needed. He dropped in with a 4.25. So he's definitely gone up into second place. He definitely got the score, like I said. He's there, 4.25. Second place with 9 minutes remaining. Now the pressure becomes onto Rico as that helicopter drone leaves beside us. Oh, he almost hit a bird. That would have been interesting.
Hello. Yeah, it looks like white, blue, and red, all very similar scores. 9 minutes to go, anything can happen, like we saw in that last heat, down to the last dying seconds. So it's just so much fun to watch, because anything can happen at any point.
Well, being a competitor yourself, Georgia, you know that strategy is probably 90% of the game out there.
100%.
Getting yourself into the right position at the right time to get the right wave. There's obviously the element of nature, but you know very well that it's a lot of strategy. And you're 17?
16.
16, so you're probably at that point now where you're starting to really understand the technical side of things a little bit more, and trying to figure out those strategies as you go into each heat.
For sure. I mean, I'm fascinated by all that stuff, strategy and everything. Looking at white up and riding, wow.
And there we go.
Long.
This is what the judges will be looking for.
Yeah.
There he is
And
again, up there.
again.
And it's just, it comes down to seconds. Just that even half seconds where they hold it a little bit longer. He knows it,
Yeah,
and he knows
claims
it.
it.
Yep. That's a body language scream. And Diane probably gonna. You're looking for a 5-5 to move up into first place. I would almost give him the nod straight away. I like that.
Definitely.
Judge is not taking very long either. There he is, jumping up with a 6.75, putting him up into first place, which you know very well gives you that nice sigh of relief.
Oh my God.
The buffer. The buffer that it's
Weight
not the next
lifted off your
wave.
shoulders, yeah.
2 people have to catch waves before you're back in that third place, and you just want to keep working on it. So he'll be madly getting back out there for priority to keep pressure on the other 3 guys. Doing the best. There it is. Look at this.
Oh my God.
He almost could have taken it all the way in.
Seriously. Just look at that flow, just pumping down the line, and again. Brings it back. I mean, look, the board's still going in flat sections.
It's amazing, isn't it? There he is. Look at that.
And a
He knew by the body language that that was one of his best waves for the heat, and it definitely was. There's Rico out there at the moment. He's looking on an insider under priority. The joy of this is you don't need the biggest wave either. You just want that one that's going to hold through and shape up for the bay where you can get this work done. He done well to stay on that wave there. Losing momentum. Spending a little less time on the nose, more of a tapping system, a little bit longer on that hang 5, but you can see the difference between our surfer in right in Diane there and also that surfer in blue. I don't think his score will get up there, and surfer in red looks like he got busy too. So a few numbers to drop in with 6 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. It'll be interesting to see how we go. Surfer in blue looking for a 6.0. I'm not sure if he would have got there on that one. And surfer in red needing a 6.10 also to get up into that all-important second position. What were we talking about? We're talking about strategies.
Strategy, yeah. Oh, it looks like a little bit of a paddle battle here from the
Oh,
Joan.
I don't think red knows what's
Red
going on at the
doesn't know.
moment.
Move, Red, go. Fighting for priority.
Let's talk paddle battle. What does it
Let's
mean out there? That's a big part of the sport, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. And it's very interesting to watch as well. Oh, did he get it? No, I don't think so. Yeah, paddle battle. You know, getting that priority and gaining that priority, it gives you the upper hand. You know, you get the selection of the wave, you get the pick you want. Here's a replay from Blue before he went out and was scratching his way out.
Blue, so he improved his score a little bit, but he still needs a requirement of a 5.85. So he got himself a 3.75 on this one.
Wow,
not a bad little hang 5 there, and then all the way to the bay, kicks off. And then he paddled back out because he knows what it means to win with 5 minutes on the clock. And this is why he raced back out.
Yep. I think he was in 4th priority.
He was in 4th priority, and
oh my God. Oh. Just
tough little spill. He's busy. It'll be interesting to see. We missed a little bit of that wave.
had a little bit of a soul arch there.
That's the joy. When's the last time he threw a soul arch? I'm guessing the version of standing tall in the barrel.
Yeah.
Dropping the hands and looking cool. The longboarders have their soul arch, and
yeah, they just
that's heading back
naturally do
to
it.
the fundamentals of surfing, where it all began with the blokes like Duke over in Hawaii, where Eskimo roll. That's how you duck dive to get out of the back.
That's how you duck dive. I wouldn't have patience for that.
Well, the other problem when you're on a board like that at Uluwatu, you're probably going to get rocked, racked, dragged down to the next break over.
Yeah, no, just down to Thomas Beach, seriously.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That is a nice. That's. Here we go.
Wonder where the scores will go with that one.
Yep.
Oh, just
incomplete on that second one, so it's all going to be based on that first hang 5. It's improved. There's a problem with it because it gets your heart rate up. It takes the toll on your energy levels out there.
Yeah.
And if you're 2 to 3 heats into a competition, it's one of those days where you're the one in the water again and again and again, and you take that paddle battle, it can empty your tank.
I know. When you take it, you got to know that you're going to get it, and you got to fight for it. That's for sure. Here we go. Replay green. Oh, just carving
Okay.
it back into the power source.
Yep, so this will be interesting to see where the judges go with this, because this is that traditional versus standard style surfing. That
Yep.
cutback, I'm not sure where it's going to go, so it'll be interesting to see. It wasn't a great wave, but there it is. There it is, a 5.90. So it is going in, and as a competitor, this is the stuff you sit back and take notes of, right? You need to look at the judges. It's very beneficial to sit back and watch the heats of the other competitors to know where the judges are landing on what particular moves and what particular brand of surfing suits that environment.
For sure.
And the best way to learn what it is in a judge's head is either talk to them in the morning before the competition,
Or just watch
or
it.
watch
Exactly.
it religiously.
Here we go, Red up and riding on his backhand.
Backhand.
See if he can get past
Oh.
this section. Oh,
Hold on a minute.
regular goofy. Oh, getting through that
I think
section.
he might be a goofy footer, but he's mixed it up with a switch stance for a while just to keep us guessing. Nice
Incredible.
little 5 tap. It is incredible, isn't it? And it's good to watch and appreciate different disciplines as well. Us shortboarders tend to get focused on shortboards, and
Yep.
I think it's all about the shortboard, and then you actually sit back and enjoy and watch a bit of longboarding, and you get to appreciate. You don't want to do it, but you get to appreciate the other
appreciate it,
the other side.
I mean, have never watched a longboard heat, and last year when I was in Portugal for the European Juniors, we had our team competing, and I think Arthur got first, Lola got second. It was so impressive to watch. Oh my God, the style, the seas.
It is, isn't it? And it is a beautiful thing to watch when you're watching it. There we go. I think Teddy's making a statement towards this dying minutes of this heat.
Teddy wants it. Teddy wants the first position. He needs a 5-1-1 into first.
Yep, and pushing the requirement up for 3 and 4 at the moment. I believe it might jump a little bit more up for these guys. Currently chasing a 6.65 for our surfer in blue and a 6.75 for red. Tough ask with 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock.
Yep.
Blue did a great bit of work before, didn't improve his score, got a 3-4, I think. You can see half a number there. It wasn't enough to get him up, is the main thing. And there's red going. This was the blues. The boys are busy.
Wow, oh my God.
Oh.
Just popped up to the nose straight away.
Well, that's the danger of walking up to the nose. There's an end of a nose there somewhere. And he just took a running jump off the end of it. 50 seconds, the mad minute.
Anything
Hard.
can happen here.
It is like we saw in that last heat, but it looks like, and red, busy. Busy. His last one, he's up to now. His last wave was around 4, not enough. Looking for a pretty major. One. White was actually taking his priority, making sure to lock out the other guys. I don't think he did much so far. This was more of a strategic wave, just to make sure that
Keeping his priority.
using his priority.
Using his priority,
keeping his lead.
Keeping the others off.
Keeping his second, because it did switch over. Looking forward to that swell coming.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah?
big motivation to keep getting through the rounds.
Absolutely.
To surf that swell.
You'd be used to some of the bigger stuff being over there in Indonesia.
Oh, definitely.
All right. Well, thanks for being up here. We'll keep our eye. Oh, look at that. A little bit of flair. Look at that. A heel 10. Is that a heel 10, Luke, when you go backwards? Yeah, he said yeah. Very convincingly. All right, Georgie, we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll look forward to seeing you out in the water. Good luck, and thanks for being up here.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Joined on the call with the one and only King of La Union, Luke Langdrigan.
Hey, John.
Good morning. Good. I don't think we've been chatting together yet this morning, have we?
Good waves. Fun waves.
Yeah, made for longboards, huh?
Yeah, good day. Sun's out.
Sun's out, guns out.
Surf school's busy by the beach break.
Is this the standard Saturday morning down here at the beautiful San Juan?
Yep.
We were talking before about this is the go-to for the Manila kids to come out and get their surf on, get their beach on, and more importantly, get their Instagram posts up to date.
It's true. Here we go. Surfer in green. This is Jeff De La Torre.
So Jeff De La Torre is we'll see that. Subliminal Alima popped up on the screen. You didn't have anything to do with that? Luke Landrigan's brand, one of his surf brands down here is Alima Surf.
Yep.
Alima Surf or just Alima?
Alima.
Alima.
Alima, doing it with Archie, my good friend. Shout out to all the Alima boys in Siargao.
You've got a website, right?
Yep.
Sorry, shout out to the boys.
Shout out to Joms and Pat and Otavo and Chichi Monster.
Chichi Monster.
Who's down there?
I think we're going to cross down there to the boys down there. I don't know if there's anyone down there for the interview, though. We'll be crossing down to the winner of that last one.
Yeah, so head on to Alima's Instagram and view shop, and you guys can do online shopping.
Did you give the website out? It's fine on the Insties.
Check on Insties.
On the
View
Insties?
shop.
Is that how we say it? Is that how the cool kids say it? The Insties? On the socials.
Socials, IGs.
Get on the socials. So, and you're a TikToker, Luke?
I'm not as a big TikToker as you.
It's hard to wrap your head around sometimes this burst in social medias and what's current and what's hip and what's not.
True.
But whatever, we're here to surf, and everyone who's tagging it, I'm sure there's some hashtags you can follow.
So here we have Surfer in Red. I think he's from Taiwan.
I've got a Taiwanese surfer in there.
Surfer in Blue is a junior longboarder from La Union. Surfer in White is from Korea. Surfer in Green is Jeff De La Torre.
So a very well-established surfing family right here in La Union is De La Torre. You might have seen his wife earlier in the shortboard, which is Daisy
Jeff
Valdez. And we also have his daughters in here. We had her before, right? Kyla, great. Royalty, La Union royalty, we'll say.
So Jeff's opening ride is a 4.0.
All right, we are going to cross over to Jerry Deegan on the beach with the winner of our last heat. We have Teddy Gunarari from Indonesia. So we'll cross over to you down there on the beach.
Is that a young Roger?
it's Indonesian Roger.
So fun, and then the wave is quite tricky. Like also rib bottom. Yeah, it's quite challenging for me. Yeah.
First time here in the Philippines or first time in La Union?
Yeah, for me it's the first time in the Philippines. I've never been here before, so it's my first time to surf in this point. Yeah.
What kind of wave do you generally surf in Indonesia?
So I'm from small village, it's called Batu Karas, and then there is long left, a long right tenor, and it's all sand bottom, and it's really long, and we have second point and we have pre point, so smooth. It's one of the best wave for longboarder. Yeah.
Oh, nice. And this one's not a bad longboarding wave either, is it?
Yeah, this is good, but I would like to say my hometown is the best. Yeah.
Of course, it's better. And have you got a strategy for the next heat?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay focused and then keep practicing. Yeah.
Okay, great. Congratulations. Would you like to say something in your language to your people at home?
Oh yeah, sure. Terima kasih banyak untuk semua teman-teman dan semua keluarga yang udah mendukung saya. Semoga saya bisa masuk terus dan menerus. Terima kasih banyak.
Well, congratulations. I hope we get to interview you again with your next win.
Thank you so much.
Okay, back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Jerry Deegan.
Thank you,
That
Jerry
was
Deegan.
our heat winner, Teddy from BK. They call it Batu Karas.
He made a huge push in the dying part of that heat to sort of take that win too. You could see that he wanted it, and as soon as he got his last wave, he knew that he'd sort of had it too, which is
always a nice thing to, when you know you get the wave, when you know you get the score, and you know you get yourself in that safe position in the first place. Oh, what was that? That was Justin. Louisa. And Jefferson, nice little fade takeoff. Jefferson's getting towards the senior years of his life also. He's 40 plus.
Late, mid-30s, I'd say.
Mid-30s? Mid-30s,
He's
yeah.
originally from Bel Air.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, but he's been living here for quite some time since his partner lives here.
Some nice, seems to love the drop knee turns. He was given some of that, about 3 drop knee turns there. A bit of nose work at the beginning. Looks like, was that his 4 or that might have been his 3.4?
Yeah, 3.4.
Where he's sitting at the moment, currently in second place, just behind Justin Ebuiza with a 4.8 and a 4.4. So setting the standards down there. Our surfer from Taiwan, you're right about that, Chang Chin Yuan. And from Japan, Jo Ho Kim.
So the longboarding has a pretty totally different criteria from shortboarding. I'm reading here, the surfer must perform controlled maneuver in the critical part of the wave utilizing the entire board. That means they have to use the nose up to the tail of the board.
Well, there's a nose and a tail, and they're 9 feet apart.
That's like 12 foot for Daisy.
It is.
Using traditional longboarding, the surfer who performs this to the highest degree of difficulty with the most style, flow, and grace will receive the highest score of the ride.
So a little bit different.
Yeah. So notice the longboarding, make sure it says grace and style.
Yep, and traditional also means cutbacks and everything like that. It's all very much a very big part of surfing, isn't it? We saw in that last heat, I think it may have been Rico or Dion in white. He got a really good score from doing a pretty major like rail cutback. So it's definitely a part of that. They just don't want to see people doing air reverses and
don't surf your longboard like a shortboard, I guess.
don't surf your longboard like a shortboard. But cutbacks, wraps, all that sort of stuff is by all means a very big part of it. They just want to see you up and down the nose, like that said. From the tail to the nose, how many steps? About 3 to 4 steps usually for a surfer to get there. They want to see you go clearly up and back. Don't shuffle, don't...
Cross-stepping to the way to the nose and the way back.
I saw you out there crab stepping. Is that a normal...
That's me after a whole day's work.
Crab walking your way up to the nose and then shuffling your way back. The judges don't want to see that. They want to see clear, distinct steps, nice and smooth, and we've seen some really good examples of that this morning.
Yeah, thanks to our major sponsors, NextGen Philippines, Department of Tourism Region 1. Shout out to our Regional Director, Jeff Ortega, our Provincial Government of La Union, San Miguel Infrastructure, and the local government of San Juan, La Union.
We had a good night last night at the opening ceremony.
It was pretty fun.
That
so
was
good to see.
I've been to a fair few openings like that, and that was a good one.
The leaders come together to all have the same vision and support.
And making about surfing and all that, so it was really fun. Had a great night. That choir for the 3 songs of Onion, that was the national anthem. What were the other 2?
It's a prayer.
One was a prayer song?
I actually went to the same school where those...
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, St. Louis.
You were one of the choir boys?
I wish I was.
You wish you were. It's a pretty good skill, and that was pretty nice last night. I think all the competitors were talking about the highlight was that traditional dancing, the storytelling and the dancing, and also the choir. Here's Red.
Surfer from Taiwan. Chung Chi Wan. Some good waves in Taiwan. I've been there, went there once.
You went there? A few of the guys from here just went for that recent QS event over there. Good waves.
Yeah, good waves. Good food. Friendly people. Here we go. Here's a replay of our surfer in white. He's from Korea.
He's from Korea. Sorry, I called him out from Japan earlier. He's our Korean surfer. Not quite closing that one out.
After this heat, we'll have Shota.
Okay, there's a noteworthy 4-point. What's going on? We're missing a few scores from
Red, a 4.10 and a 3.65, so he's got himself up into second place. So our surfer in red, he's got himself into second place, pushing surfer in green now into third, looking for a 3.76. And surfer in white getting a 2.0 for his last one, not quite enough. But Mayhe got looking for a 5 to get up into second. So definitely within striking range at the moment. There's some of these, as this tide slowly fills in, the wave seems to be pushing into that bay a little bit better. A little bit nice lining up, not too patchy in the closeout sections. It's looking good.
Here's a surfer in green. Currently in third place, only needs a 3.76.
I don't think he's on his magic board either. There was a bit of a
black tip on his board. Is that a deck pad?
It says put toes here. Put toes here. It's a toe zone. There he goes. He obliges. Surfed that quite well. He's looking to improve on a 3.40. Nice bit of body language. He wants to get back out there. I think Jefferson's having a good time out there.
Yeah, for sure. Shout out to our local sponsors for providing us awesome food, snacks and drinks and coffees and stuff. Hiraya, Clean Beach, Sabang Fried Chicken, Tagpuan, Warong Local.
Sabang Fried Chicken. I don't know if I had a piece of that. I want to get some hold of that. I can't wait.
Zera Water, Kermit, Seabuds, La Cantina, and Lineup Bistro.
Seabuds, Gianni.
Zera Water is actually alkaline water.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's from San Juan. They found an actual source. Natural alkaline water. It's pretty good. Really good.
Nice. It's the way nature intended it. Oof. That was a replay, just getting that nose up. So that was...
See, Surfer in White needs a 5.0 to advance.
Surfer in White's numbers dropping in. And Surfer in Green also looking to make it a little bit harder. It looks like we've got a situation change there again. Surfer in White dropping a 3.50 for that last one, so not quite enough. And Surfer in Green dropping a 5.05 for his last one. So he's got himself back up into second place, changing that situation again, pushing Red into third, needing a 4.96. And Surfer in White getting his 3.50 for his last one. He's looking for that 5.55. Plenty of time, 11 minutes and 22 seconds. We've passed the halfway mark.
Yeah, it's just such a fun wave when this point is small. You can totally perfect for longboarding.
So this is your town, Luke.
Yep.
Are we gonna get to speak to your dad? He's in town. I saw him here.
Yeah, he's around. I'll invite him one day.
Tell us a little bit about how you guys came here.
My dad has a property 2 towns before this in the 80s.
Yeah.
And he found this small cove here. He was driving one day and bought property here in the 1990s. Actually.
So what brought him? He's Australian.
He's Aussie, mate.
Aussie. That's why you can't talk properly, huh? So he's an Aussie through and through.
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
He's from the Gold Coast.
What brought him to the Philippines originally?
He came here to travel and met my mom. So that's the end of him. Stuck here now.
That's how it happens.
Yeah, he's came here to travel and met my mom.
I think that's the saying in Union, isn't it? Find love.
Fall in love in region. Meet the one in region.
Meet the one in region 1. Your dad did that.
That's what the governor was saying like yesterday.
Yeah.
Meet the one. It could
Meet
be
the one
anything.
in region 1. It
could
be anything.
Your love life. It could be your friend.
It could be this point break.
Yeah, true.
Could be that board, that magic board. Yeah, keep going. I'm interested.
So yeah, met my mom and went back to Oz for a few years.
With your mum?
Yep. I was born. 2 months later, we moved back here.
I thought you came from an egg, Luke. So you were born in Oz?
Yeah.
And then you came back. So you're a Australian passport holder still or not?
Yeah.
They took it off you?
No, still.
Still? I'll have a word to the government see if we can get it revoked at some point. I'm trying to do what you do. I'm actually trying to get myself and into the Philippines.
Your what do you call it?
I don't know.
Permanent residency?
Residency, permanent residency. Yeah, with my wife, Christine. If you're listening back home, hello, beautiful wife. Love you, miss you.
be home soon. Yeah, so, and then down San Juan has a resort down here. Your dad helped build that one?
Built it in '92 with 3 bungalows, and yeah.
The start of the dream. So you've lived your life down here on San Juan Point.
All my life down here.
You also went abroad a bit, doing a bit of surfing and stuff like that?
Yeah, I've competed in some of the Asia regions in my days, and a lot of national comps. Here we go.
National comps.
De La
Torre staying busy out there. You actually just competed in the Masters division at the last Kabugao leg.
Yeah, that was fun. That was a fun event.
You destroyed them.
Love that event.
Surf like a teenager. Beautiful event up there. Big shout out to Kong Sing Song.
Ronald, yeah.
Kong Ronald, legend of the North. Ilocos. We're in a different province when we cross that border.
Yes.
We're in, where are we?
In La Union province, and the next one up north is the Ilocos Sur.
Ilocos, so we're
There's a few spots up north, like Kabugao and Badok Point, and further up the tip of the island, there's heartbreaks. They call it heartbreaks.
Oh, I can imagine. And then up around the top end, Pagudpud
Pagudpud.
means basically the end of the road, doesn't it? It means long travel.
Yep.
You're exhausted when you get there.
Pagud means tired.
Yep.
There's a joke about it. They
Tired
call it
trip.
Pagudpud. They call it Pagudpud because Pagud is tired, and Pudpud is your wheels is gone already because from too much traveling. Pagudpud.
A good put, and it's fitting because it is. Oh. There's a. It's still together, still in one piece. Who was that? Was that
Justin?
Justin Ebuiza sending it on the point. That was a massive section. Hopefully we got a replay of that one because that's dramatic for a longboard.
Yeah. This kid's young too. He's not even. I think he's 18 or 19. Even younger.
So his knees just bend straight back when they go the wrong way, which is beautiful. We got Jerry
from Korea.
Jerry Deegan ices his knees after he gets up the stairs, and we just saw Ebuiza drop from the top.
6 minutes.
Right, looks like Justin Ebuiza got 4 for that last one. Might have a score to drop in. Looks like 3 scores to drop in. 6 minutes. De La Torre and Ebuiza are 9.20 with a score to drop in for Justin. I don't know if it'll get anywhere. All we saw was him getting blown up in the background.
That colorful, beautiful board. I believe that's shaped by one of the local Filipino locals from here, Tick Boy.
Who have we got? Who's your local shapers that you're using around here?
There's Tick Boy. There's Abro. He's actually Australian, and he's been shaping boards for JR and Ashley. I've heard it's pretty good. I actually ordered one. And Tick Boy is one of the local guys who started shaping too. So it's good to see.
It's
local surfers from here.
Well, a part of the joy of having these international events is we help build the industry of surfing, which means a lot of locals actually get to make a living off this beautiful sport, and we don't need to go and reach out to foreign countries to send boards. It won't be too long before we've got a real established. We've got A-Frame. Who else we have? We got Haydins.
Hayden, we got...
Hayden, be careful on that one. It's not Hayden shape. It's actually Haydin, 2 separate words.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, it's...
We got that guy from Davao, Fish Do Fly or something?
Yep, and up in Borongan, I'm trying to think of Borongan, Eastern Samar, we have...
And we have Dandoy, and we got Electric Century, we've got A-Frame, we've got...
North of Pacifico, we got a few shapers as well in Siargao. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. It's gonna build for sure. Hopefully we'll get a factory in the Philippines where we can start punching out blanks and getting guys glassing on a regular basis and start growing the industry. Because, like I said, this is what we want to do. This is what we want to create: jobs, livelihoods, and careers off the back of surfing in the Philippines. That's the point of why we're here. We want to tap into this beautiful resource of surfing and make livings from it.
So true. So we still have Justin in first, and Blue in surf, and Green in second, waiting for...
I don't think we're waiting for anything.
No, all good.
We're all locked in.
That was a replay for Reds.
Yep.
Last wave.
So currently, Justin Ebuiza, Jefferson, the 2 local guys leading the charge at the moment through Justin and then Jefferson. Our surfer from Taiwan coming in 3rd place, looking for a 4.66. He currently has a 4.4 and a 4.1, so a 4.66 is definitely within his striking range. He's out there at the moment in 4th priority, or not yet in priority. He must be on his way out. He must have just caught that last wave where he got himself a 3.1. No, what did he get? We can't quite see that number. Didn't go to his top 2, so not important. And our surfer in white from Korea, looking for a 5.55. Currently sitting with a 3.5 and a 3.15. And he has 3rd priority. So currently out there in control, you'd have to say the Philippine boys. They're going to try to control the lineup. And they're both from here, so they're probably going to play a bit of strategy on this one to get themselves 1 and 2 through. Good friends, are they?
Yep.
Yep. Sure.
Sure. Yeah, shout out to our friends from Korma. They released some turtles yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, to Carlos Tamayo and Tito Toby Tamayo. They've been taking care of that side of the beach further up north. It's
Yeah.
Korma.
One of those important things when development happens, generally the environment suffers, but having people like them to make sure that nature's taken care of, and an important thing like turtles hatching, it's nothing more peaceful out there when you're surfing and a turtle's getting some air beside you. It's a wonderful experience.
So they got to release it in front here, just on the left side of the competition area, by the beach where the surf schools operate.
Look at that board, Justin Abuiza. How tall is Justin? He's
pretty tall. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's shaped by Thick Boy.
Thick Boy, nice bright board. There he goes over the falls. Obviously, it's made with some pretty solid glassing because he just went pretty heavy over the falls before, from what we saw in the background. 2 minutes remaining. I don't think that's going to improve Justin's score. Coming a little bit under that by the looks of things. Plenty of waves ridden though.
Yeah.
Everyone up around. Jefferson's up around 7 waves and he's not slowing down.
7 waves in 18 minutes, not bad. So next
18 minutes in 22 minutes, I believe, 23.
So next heat we'll have Shota Masuyama, Jenard Fernandez from LU, Danny Widanto from Indonesia, and RJ Lopez from La Union.
Justin Abuiza, how did he go in the national rankings?
He's still in the juniors.
Still in the juniors.
He's a junior surfer.
Up and comer.
Yep.
This is invaluable experience for him then?
For sure. That was Jeff.
That was Jeff throwing one to the beach. He's happy.
Saying hi to Daisy.
Saying hi to Daisy and the kids. Letting them know he's out there having a good time. And he's putting it together. Surfer in red. I didn't think he quite got... Oh! It's like a freight train running you over out there. So one score to drop in from Green. He didn't get anything on that one. And White staying busy. This is one of the dangerous ones under priority. We saw a last-minute ditch. It doesn't look like that wave's going to give him what he needs, though, either.
He needs a 5.5.
I think about 3 or 4 heats ago, there was a huge finish. Someone under 3rd priority sort of got one and ended up taking the 2nd place. One of those tough heats where you never say never. 20 seconds.
Could be the last wave for Justin.
Could be a victory lap, I believe, for him. Nice. Held 5 there. And you can see he has a bit of a wider stance, but his legs do come together quite well when it comes to that 5, which is what one of the things the judges are looking at. You don't want to be stretched out. So Jefferson ended up taking 8 waves, 9 waves, I don't know. Busy boy. All right, we've got a few replays. And then we'll shout off to a break. Nothing really major happening on that last exchange, though. Looks like we'll be jumping down on the beach and probably talking to Justin in just a few moments. One of our junior surfers here. Hometown, riding hometown board. That's what we want to see. These are the sort of stories we like and enjoy. Here's Justin's last wave here. If anything, it might help his lead, but I don't think there was anything really major going on. What do you think, Luke? Nah, it's not going to change the situation.
No, I don't think so. He's in the lead still anyway.
We'll finish this replay and we'll wrap up. We'll shoot off for a quick break. Be back with you very shortly with Jerry Deegan and on the call with Tippy. Thank you.
Okay, now we are back. So welcome back. We'll have an interview with the winner of the previous heat shortly, but for now we're in heat 4, round 32, for the longboarding event here in La Union. I'm sitting here with Tippy.
Hello, Jerry. So this is halfway of the round of 32 of men's longboard division. We saw a couple of good heats also today, and then right now we have 2 surfers from Philippines, 1 Japanese and 1 Indonesian. So RJ Chico Lopez opening ride is a 4.8.
Not a bad start.
Really good, actually.
Nice to bank a score like that early in the event, or early in the heat. That
Yeah.
is. Still pretty nice out there. The wind's not quite as, or it isn't quite as glassy as it was earlier, but the waves are pretty good, and I'm told fairly reliably from the event director that it will improve a little with the incoming tide.
Okay, yeah, that's a good news because I think La Union is also like really affected by the tide. So as soon as the tide is pushing in, we're gonna see a bit more action in the water. Like yesterday afternoon, there was just after the last heat of the day. After that, there's just a lot of free surfers and there's a lot of sets also. So it's good news.
It's always the case, isn't
Yeah.
it? You know, you have the last couple of slow heats, and then as soon as it finishes, it's just packed and pumping.
Yeah. So as we can see here, also on a aerial view here. Actually, we do kind of have an aerial view here also, Jerry, because we're in the top 3rd story of the building. You know, it's good to have like a roaming camera to see like, you know, the backdrop of the event. Okay, so we're going to have an interview with our last winner of the last heat.
The heat winner, a local boy, a local surfer born and bred here in San Juan, La Union in front of this point. So, Justin, kamusta naman ang pagkapanalo?
Sobrang saya dahil first time ko sumali dito sa International Surfing Comp, and yun, kumuha lang ako ng magandang alon, wave selection lang. Tapos maraming salamat nga pala sa mga walang sawang suporta, sa mga tumutulong sa akin palagi, sa sponsor ko, Stockman, and Kuya Daniel Marley.
Nice. So ano naman na feel mo na dumating yung WSL dito tapos nandito pa sa home break mo? Tingin mo ba magandang pabalik-balik na yung competitions na ganito dito?
Siyempre, super saya ko, and sana tuloy-tuloy na tong WSL. And super excited ko talaga dahil first time ko talaga sumali dito sa comp na to.
Nice. So marami nagtatanong, ilang taon ka na ba? Ilang taon ka na nagsisurf?
18 years old pa lang ako, and nag-start ako nag-surf 5 years old. 13 years na ako nagsisurf.
Okay. So ngayon nakikita ko nandito yung kuya mo, nandito yung mommy mo. Meron ka ba bang mga gustong i-shout out na mga sponsors or family members na gustong pasalamatan?
Nagpapasalamat pala ako sa aking family for always supporting me and sa mga palaging nag-sponsor sa akin.
All right, so there we go. That's our heat winner. And hopefully, Justin, good luck sa mga susunod na heat. And hopefully, ma-interview ka ulit namin.
Wow, amazing there, yeah, from our local boy, Justin. Because, you know, to have the opportunity to win the heat, you know, and expose yourself to the global world, you know, watch out. The Philippines have, you know, a lot of good longboarders.
Yeah, they do. And, you know, not only that, he's in front of his home audience, which is even more exciting for him.
Yeah. So this is surfer in green, RJ. So this is not JR, this is RJ.
Correct, correct.
So don't miss yourself with a JR because there's also RJ as a threat. So there's a lot of... this is Danny Widianto, our local boy from Indonesia. Not local boy, he's a local boy from halfway Kuta Beach actually. He surfed there every single day since he was young.
Pretty competitive there at halfway, isn't it? It's sort of the busy spot on the beach there.
Yeah, it is. It is like the hometown of the surfing in Bali because if you heard about the name of like Rizal and Made Suitra and Betet, for example, they're all from Kuta Beach. We see them as our biggest rival because I'm from the next village called Legian.
You're a Legian boy.
Yeah. And that's the rivalry back home. So here we go. This is Matsuyama, our Japanese surfer from Japan. Sota Matsuyama. Nice hang five there. Trying to do a little roundhouse maneuver right there. Another top turn. Ooh, looks like there's a bit of a wobble there. Got to be careful because there's a lot of chops on the inside of the... I don't know what you call this. Is this a bay? You consider this a small bay?
Yes, I would consider this a small bay. Not only is there, it's a bit choppy on the side, you've got the little reef exposed on the inside there. So I think you get a little suck up and a little onshore wind there. So the inside's a bit difficult, and that should improve with the higher tide.
Yeah.
You know, and when they're on a single fin longboard, they've got a relatively long fin too, so you need to be a bit careful.
Yeah, so, wow. What an impressive opening ride. Second ride from Danny Widianto, an 8.00. So this is a really good, performance from Danny Widianto, the surfer from Indonesia. He's
stamping his authority early.
Yeah, his backup score is only 1.5. So with 16 minutes, 50 seconds to go, looks solid there from Danny Widianto. RJ is sitting second right now with a 4.83 and a 4.30. Shota Matsuyama not too far behind with a 4.3. And his backup score is a 1. And Gennard Fernandez with a 1 score over 4.5. Even Gennard, he have a good keeper right there.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, with nothing else there, more than likely, he'll move on up the ladder there.
Yeah, because if you see like the previous heats, a lot of heats like last heat, with a total score of a 9.2, that's a high two high fours, you advancing. So a 4.5 from Gennard, it's a totally a good keeper.
Yeah. I mean, all he's got to do is do that again, or a fraction more, and he'd be into second place. So
yeah, for sure.
Let's hope he does it. The crowd out there always rooting for the local boy.
Yeah.
Well, there's a couple of Filipinos in this particular heat. 15 and a bit minutes to go. Really beautiful weather here today. It's not too hot. It's nice and cloudy. Nice surf. Beach is packed.
Yeah, yesterday the sunset was really, really nice. I never know, like, until, you don't really know the direction until you see where the sunset is.
Well, the sunset here is pretty south too,
Yeah, it's just right there.
I think, we're right in the middle of winter here, officially winter.
Yeah.
In the Philippines, not that they generally have, they've got a wet and a dry more than a summer and a winter.
Yeah.
Although they do call it summer and winter because summer is when kids get their school holidays.
Yeah.
But certainly, in parts of the land, it's definitely wet and dry as opposed to, because the temperature's 30 every day anyway.
It's true. And, like on the southern side of a hemisphere, you know, in Australia right now. It's that's where the sun is. So that's summer
right.
for you guys,
Of
no?
course, yeah. Middle of summer at the moment. The kids are on school holidays. You know, a lot of places in the world, Christmas time means snow, but it sure does not in Australia.
In Australia,
it means
sunscreen,
heat and barbecues,
sunscreen,
and surfing. That's exactly what it means. Yeah.
Yeah, big shout out to Mark Cliff and also Billy Hangen and also Justin Majek from Surfing WA, who's been you know, putting a lot of support, you know, into you know, the development of surfing in our region. So a lot of barbecue there back home for the boys at in WA.
Oh yeah.
So this is Danny Widianto. So Danny Widianto currently sitting in the first position. So I think there is a bit of a changing of an equipment here from Danny Widianto, because I saw on the on the practice this morning he was surfing with a 3-fin longboard, and I think he replaced that board into a log, a single fin longboard today. Would be interesting if he can explain later whose board is that, because I know most of the Indonesian who travel here, they only bring one longboard because of the. It's not an easy way to bring a longboard travel around, you know. So here we go. This is a replay from Danny Widianto. A nice tall hang 5 right there. Just a bit of a swooping cutback there. Another transition, going back and forth there. Nice positioning there, I have to say. Super smooth. There's a hang 5. A little hang 10 there. Not a super clean, because you can see the back leg there was kind of not too forward as the judges would like to see. All the nails are on the nose of the board. But still, that's rewarded with a 6.25. So Danny Widianto currently dominating, putting RJ Lopez needing a 9.4. That's a big task, you know, for a single score right here.
Correct. I don't think we've seen a 9, but we saw a 9 yesterday. We see a 9 today as well, actually. But, you know, more than likely he'd be looking to improve on both of those waves that he's already got.
Yeah.
And, of course, Jennard still hasn't got a second wave, so he's sitting out there with priority. I think you've done a lot of competitive surfing. Gets a bit stressful out there holding on to priority. Sometimes it's worth it, sometimes it's not.
That's an interesting, situation, because if the wave is pumping and you know the biggest sets is the best wave, so having a priority is always good. But if the wave are, you know, like a lot of waves on offer, priority doesn't mean that much, because sometimes you can get a really good wave out of your priority.
Correct.
So, yeah.
Otherwise, you're wasting a lot of minutes.
Of
and here
course.
he is, and he waited all that time and actually didn't get the great wave.
So this is RJ Lopez right there. Ooh, a little bit too deep for everybody today.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah. And it's funny, the other issue with the priority is you don't need to push each other too deep. You know, because if you've got priority, you can sit wherever you like.
Yeah. But sometimes, you know, you always, before the heats, you know, you don't really, if you never come to La Union, you don't really know where to line up yourself, or, you know there's a boil, you know, where the best place to sit. You just don't have that experience, so sometimes you just follow other people.
Correct, correct. Well, the other thing that can happen is you watch it for a while, you have a plan, you know where you're going to sit, and then the tide changes or something changes in the conditions.
It's not enough for 24 hours to understand where to sit.
No.
Yeah.
Beauty of surfing is everything changes. You know, if you're playing basketball, the court rarely changes.
Yeah. Maybe the hooting is different, but
yeah,
the claps, this and that, but
different shoes possibly.
Different shoes, different faces, but ocean is always
dynamic
changes, and that's the beauty of our sport. It's always what the nature offer you, and then if you're able to maximize that consistently, like Kelly Slater, that means you are on a different level.
He's been on a different level for a long time, that guy.
Yeah.
Not to mention the man is 50 years old and he's still as competitive as he ever was.
Yeah, I was I saw him on the G-Land competition there. He's he's just super strict person with his the way he approached the sports, the way he approached even food, for example. So he knows the longevity of the sports that he do have a lot of things to do the way he have his lifestyle himself.
Yeah, 100%. The way you treat your body is the way your body treats you.
For sure.
And I'm certainly guilty of having too many beers here and there, and every now and then, my wife will tell you I have a takeaway or whatever. But
as an Australian, you cannot blame it on the beer.
well, it's like water to us.
Oh, it's like saving water for you guys in Oz.
It used to be like that. Now the next day, it's a little tougher.
You know what? If as an Australian, there's a water restriction, hey, I cannot hose my garden with the water, or I cannot wash my car with the water. Next, just wash your car with a beer.
Oh, well, it's free flowing, that's for sure.
Wow, that's the beauty of being.
Except you don't want to waste the beer on the car.
Yeah, but you have a bucket under the car.
Yeah, to collect it.
Collect it again.
With the soap in it, yeah.
That's what we call recycle.
Recycling.
Reuse.
You will save the world with those ideas.
So maybe I'm going to win a Nobel Prize for that.
You should patent that idea.
Yeah. Well,
no prizes, mate. No prizes. You know what you win? You win a beer. I'll buy you a beer with that idea.
And then I can wash my car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so just over 8 minutes remaining. We still have Danny well out into the lead. RJ needing a 9.4 to move into the lead.
Yeah.
Shota needing a 4.85 to move into second place, and Gennard needing a 4.66 to move into second place. So, second place seems very much up for grabs. And first place is not shut down, but he's certainly dominating at this stage.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's pretty much, the battle for second, I have to say. So even like, RJ, he need to be a little bit careful because Shota and Gennard is well in striking distance there. As you can see now, Shota having the first priority. He kind of let, like blue and green have a little look on this one. Can he get around that one? So this is Gennard.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to get to where he needs.
Yeah. So, longboarding, offshore wind have a big effect also. When we were in Taiwan for the World Longboard Tour, the wind was howling offshore, and they push the hang 5 and hang 10 even more difficult because they have to really push down the nose.
Because the wide area of the nose is pushed up by the offshore wind.
Yeah, so it's really, really interesting how, the longboarders approaching, all those difficulties because, sometimes when it's onshore for normal surfers, they don't like it. But for the aerial guy, sometimes they want that's a bit of a win. So a lot of factors on how you, what kind of surfers, what kind of style of surfers are you? Longboard, an aerial guy, or just
and how you change the nature of your maneuvers depending on the wind, obviously, as
it
well.
is.
If you're capable of working in both conditions.
Yeah.
For me, onshore just is no good because obviously I don't do any
onshore means barbecue and beer.
Exactly. I'm washing my car.
Yeah. So like during the event at the ranch, for example, there's a left and right. You remember for us when we watch it on the screen, you think the left and the right is exactly the same wave, but apparently I heard one time the left have a stronger wind, even though it's on the same spot, but the way they angle, so the wind have a big factor. And they said the left giving a bit of a disadvantage for some surfers who having a hard time get around that, and that's why Gabriel Medina is always super strong there. Yeah, he's just solid.
Yeah, I hadn't really thought of that because it seems like the wind. It just seems like it's always clean.
It is, yeah.
Sometimes it seems to be sort of brushed with an offshore, and sometimes it seems to be glassy.
Yeah.
But to me, it just always seems to be super clean.
It is, and then the crazy thing is when you coming to for example, coming to the Wave Ranch for those World Tour, they have two set of surfboards designed differently. The left and the right, they have two different boards.
Really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. And then the boards that the Shaper designed for Philip Toledo, for example, in the beginning I heard it was designed especially for the wave pool. and then he approached it into like a normal wave, and looks like he won the world champion. I don't know if it's with that design or not, but that's how the...
Yeah, well, that's pretty interesting. I certainly had no idea of that. And what about, have you had much experience with the asymmetrical surfboards? I know my friend Alan Dassa from Dassa Surfboards, he's shaping a lot of asymmetrical boards.
You know what? You know, if you're surfing on your backside, on your front side, the approach on the surfboard is actually totally different. So asymmetrical might works for your backside or might work for your front side. If you're saying like the asymmetrical board works for both sides, I don't think so. So you know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah.
I know what you mean, but
Yeah.
you know, my thinking is that the idea is the way it's shaped is for a goofy footer or a natural footer.
I think so, yeah, because you know, you can also play around with the fins placement also with those asymmetrical. So that would make a bit more interesting, you know, how surfers are approaching those kind of design.
Yeah, well, I certainly know he's shaping a lot more now. I borrowed one and had a surf on it, but it was just on a left, so I didn't get to go right. I didn't get to check anything out, but certainly enjoyed that surf.
Wow, that's a better way from Gennard. He did like a couple tricks on that one. You know what? You know, long. You almost have to understand if they're goofy footer or natural footer sometimes.
Yeah, okay.
Because they also do switch foot.
I've seen a couple so far, yeah.
Yeah.
Which certainly you don't do on a shortboard. No one's really good enough to switch foot and actually get a score.
Yeah, unless you're Michael Ho back in the days.
Oh, well, yeah, that's right. I'm sure Slater could do it. Slater could probably still make the CT switch footing.
Yeah, that's a different creature right there. So this is Shota Matsuyama. He's currently sitting in the 4th right now, actually. So yeah, talking about you know, asymmetrical this and that. You know, one time I was surfing like one of my beach break or like a point break in Bali. So I lose one fins. That was the side fin. So you always think like, I have to have the exactly identical fins, and then I put just a middle fins on the side fins, and it works perfectly.
Okay,
You know,
yeah.
because at the end of the day, you know, fins, this and that, it does give you, you know, those big, you know, way of how you want to do your maneuver, this and that. But if you really think that's just an accessories of your surfing, it won't.
So maybe it's a bit of a head game, or maybe it depends on your level of surfing. You know, certain the top guys would feel the difference, but I've certainly, you know, put the wrong fin in there and had a surf as well. But I think the companies want you to buy those $180 fins, and you lose one, and then you go and buy another set of $180 ones, throw the other two away, or put them in that drawer that has, you know, 50 fins in it.
Yeah. So this is RJ. That's a better looking wave there for RJ because he was rewarded with a 5.5 on that one. So I think RJ is building right now because his opening ride is a 4.85, and his last score was a 5.5. And this is Shota. With this wave, he moved into 3rd actually. This is a 5.3. So, oh sorry, a 5.15 on this one. So.
Oh, he wasn't far off what he needed. He needed a 5.2 one. That's a shame.
Yeah, so it looks like, you know, Shota and RJ are, you know, having a good swing here on these two last replays. So Shota now looking for a 5-1. And also RJ is closing the gap. Before he was looking for a 9. Now he's only looking for an 8.75. Still a big call, but...
Big call with 1 minute or less than 1 minute.
Yeah.
So, and who's... Oh, and Danny has priority as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, if he plays his cards right, he can probably block here.
So, yeah, with 30 seconds to go, looks like not much is happening. And Danny Widianto holding first, RJ second. Shota is still looking for a 5-1. Gennard with a bigger task of a 5.85. 20 seconds to go.
I'll turn my head and see if I can see any sets out the back. No, I don't really see anything out there. I think that's essentially going to be a wrap.
Yeah. So after this heat is done, we're going to go for a short breaks, and then we'll be back again for heat number 5.
All right, welcome back to La Union International Pro. We are here at the beautiful Mona Lisa Point. Crispin's in the booth.
Scores. 2 minutes down, or a minute and a half down. Surf still pretty nice out there, nice long waves. Got our Kai now, our Japanese surfer. Nice hang 5 there. Oh, and some nice hard turns as well. Making the most of that little milky wave.
Oh, didn't he? That drop knee turn was smooth.
And he hasn't given up either. Yeah, nice wave, nice start.
So Kai Hamase is the surfer in red from Japan. Rogelio Esquivel is...
JR, yeah, he's the JR as opposed to the RJ that was in a couple of heats ago.
Green is Aurelien Magneux, who is from La Réunion. Ori, he has snuck into town. It's a long way from Reunion. I need to catch up with him to find out what exactly he's up to over here, but he's competed in world longboarding in the past in Taiwan, and he also did the beach commentary at the Worlds as well.
Oh, has he lost his ball? Oh, no, he hasn't. Oh, he has. Snapped his leash straight off the bat.
Well, he might be surfing without one. And here goes Rogelio Junior Esquivel, and I think we're going to cross down to Tippy Jabrick for an interview with the winner of the last heat right now.
Danny Widianto, the winner of last heat. So, Danny, tell me a little bit. 8.25, good surfing. Tell me a little bit about that wave.
The wave like tricky, but still fun. I surf like in the morning, like performance, and now I single fin like first wave like tricky, like I in my heart like, Danny, you can do it, like yes, I can do it. Like I hope next round more better, more confident again, like yeah.
So yeah, I think it's a good choice. You changed from 3 fin this morning to to a single fin, because the criteria, they want you to be a bit of a traditional, and you did really well. So next heat, are you gonna stay with the same game, or you're gonna have a different tactics? What do you think about the next round?
Maybe I just keep take a wave, like more relaxed and more confident, like yeah.
So Danny, tell me a little bit, where are you from, Indonesia?
I'm from Kuta, Bali, in halfway.
So you represent Indonesia here, and then I see your sponsor here. So you want to tell a little bit of something to your province that supporting you a little bit? Which province are you supported by?
PSOI Aceh, and saya mau mengucapkan terima kasih semua ibu saya, bapak saya, semua yang support saya, sponsor IMA, Flanagan, dan PSOI Aceh, dan terima kasih.
Okay, that's Danny Widianto, one of our great performance from last heat, and back to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tippy Jabrick. Well, Danny Widianto saying he hopes he can do a bit better next heat. 14.25 total. It's
pretty solid. He's
one of the highest totals we've seen for the event so far.
He looked like a real fun kind of guy too. I liked that interview. That was pretty good.
And so he progresses alongside RJ Chico Lopez. That's one of the better names getting around in this event, isn't it?
Super cool.
Up there with Rogelio J.R. Esquivel, who's already out of the gates with a 6.9 and a 5.75.
Yeah, it's a really good start, isn't it? JR is also in the shortboard event, and he's a ripper. He's been following the shortboards and the longboards here in the Philippines for since they've really started the circuit. Super nice guy from here as well. Yeah, and I think he's a crowd favourite for sure. And he's not mucking around. He's straight into another one. Okay. Up and down, but that's good. He's keeping moving.